In the remote edges of an arid wilderness, where the sun scorches the earth until even silence feels dry and sharp, there exists a creature that has carved order directly into its own scales. The California kingsnake, a black and white wanderer suspended between life and death, moves like a living contradiction, both calm and absolute, both delicate and dominant, defining the very outline of order in this untamed land. Tonight, follow me into forgotten rocky landscapes where time seems to have eroded everything except stillness, and listen to how this quiet monarch preserves a near-eternal sense of balance amid isolation. May this wild yet tranquil presence wash over your thoughts like a cooling shadow beneath the desert sun, gently carrying away the noise and tension of your day. Is there a way of living that transforms pure black and white into something both beautiful and intimidating, symbols that feel almost mythological in their simplicity? The life of the California kingsnake is an ultimate expression of order itself. It moves without urgency, weaving its perfect geometric patterns into the folds and fractures of a harsh wilderness. In an era where everyone seeks validation and recognition, the silent presence of the kingsnake reflects a kind of absolute strength that many quietly long for but rarely attain. Dim the lights. Let this cold yet elegant wilderness flow slowly into your dreams, dissolving every layer of pretense you have worn throughout the day. When all life in the desert struggles to survive under relentless heat and scarcity, there is one creature that chooses to exist at the boundary of light and shadow, becoming both observer and judge of this land. The black and white pattern of the kingsnake is not merely camouflage. It is a declaration of belief, an internal code carved into its very being. Tonight, we enter its world not to witness violence, but to understand how it maintains an almost obsessive sense of stability in a world defined by chaos and fluctuation. Let this restrained voice from the wild gently repair the scattered fragments of your attention, and guide you back toward a quieter, more centered version of yourself. Prologue. In a wilderness permanently baked by heat, where dust clings to the air and even the wind feels exhausted, there exists a creature that understands how to dismantle chaos through precision. The California kingsnake, with its sharply defined black and white body resembling the keys of an ancient instrument, slides across burning stone not as a simple reptile, but as a moving boundary of authority itself. Many struggle to understand why such a powerful predator would adopt a life so still, so controlled, and seemingly indifferent, even when confronting venomous rivals. Yet beneath this cold discipline lies a profound question about power, restraint, and survival. This is not a story of violence or destruction. It is the story of how the kingsnake turned survival into a long meditation on control, patience, and dominion. Over years of silent existence, it absorbs the texture of the land into its bones, the heat of rocks, the silence between winds, the rhythm of dust storms passing overhead. Tonight, we do not speak of venom or immunity. We speak of order. We speak of how a creature transforms a fractured landscape into a personal philosophy. As the world outside quiets and your breath begins to slow, step with me into this monochrome realm where black and white are not colors, but principles. Chapter 1. His name was Theron. In the vast stretch of desert wilderness, he was only one faint line among countless shifting patterns of stone and shadow. For Theron, survival was not about pursuit. It was about positioning, finding the precise curve of shade beneath fractured rock where heat and shadow could coexist without destruction. His bond with the land was silent, almost contractual. Between dry shrubs and cracked earth, he felt the slow pulse of something ancient, like the heartbeat of a forgotten world. He remembered a rare moment during a brutal dry season when the entire landscape seemed to fracture under the weight of heat. Vegetation collapsed into silence. Smaller reptiles fled into stone crevices in panic. Yet Theron remained still. His body pressed firmly against cool rock, every scale absorbing the minimal relief it could find. Eyes closed. Breath slowed. He allowed the desert to pass through him instead of resisting it. This was not endurance as suffering. It was refinement. In those moments, he learned to reduce his presence until he became nearly indistinguishable from the landscape itself. Over time, Theron realized something profound: those who struggle blindly against the wilderness are often consumed by it. But those who listen, truly listen, begin to see the hidden structure beneath chaos. He became neither victim nor aggressor. He became a reflection of the land's own rhythm, black and white, still yet alive, present yet almost invisible. Chapter 2. As Theron's presence deepened within the desert, a strange phenomenon emerged, what could only be described as monarch-like solitude. Tiny insects occasionally landed upon his patterned scales, mistaking him for stone. Dust drifted across his eyes. The wind sometimes piled sand along his body like forgotten time. Yet he did not react. He existed in a state so still it bordered on absence. The desert itself became his language. Rock formations, shifting heat currents, the faint movement of prey beneath stone, all of it replaced conversation, companionship, and conflict. During a prolonged dry season, Theron experienced a peculiar fatigue, not of suffering, but of clarity. A quiet understanding that life was not meant to be chased endlessly, but observed. He watched lizards dart across sunlit stone, competing violently for shelter and dominance. And for the first time, he felt something resembling compassion. Not superiority. Not detachment. But recognition. He understood then that the kingsnake is not simply a hunter. It is a coordinate within chaos, a fixed point that reminds all motion that stillness is also power. Through this realization, Theron transformed his existence into something like a moving axis of black and white light across the desert. He became neither hero nor villain. He became a reference point for silence in a world overwhelmed by motion. Chapter 3. Time eventually softened even Theron. The sharp contrast of his black and white scales became weathered, less defined by youth and more shaped by endless exposure to sun and stone. His eyes, once alert to every tremor of the land, now carried a deeper, quieter distance. He no longer changed positions frequently. Instead, he chose the deepest cracks within the rock formations, places closest to the earth's hidden pulse and farthest from the violence of wind. There, he conserved what little energy remained, waiting not for prey, but for the fading warmth of stars reflected across stone. He had become something beyond survival. He had become part of the terrain itself. One cold, mist-laced dawn, Theron settled into the deepest silence he had ever known. Not to escape the cold, but to complete a cycle that had been unfolding since the beginning of his existence. There was no struggle. No resistance. Only release. His life aligned perfectly with the structure of the land, as if he had never been separate from it at all. The desert did not react. It simply continued breathing. Wind passed through dry grass. Stones remained unmoved. The world carried on without disruption. And yet something had changed. Theron had become embedded within the memory of the land itself. Epilogue. As the final light of day vanished beyond the horizon, the wilderness returned to its ancient silence. Theron's story sank into the earth like dust settling after a long storm. The story of the California kingsnake is not about dominance or fear. It is about the right to remain centered in a world that constantly demands movement. Whenever life feels overwhelming, remember Theron. Remember the black and white shadow that moved without haste across burning stone. He did not fight the world. He aligned with it. And in that alignment, he discovered something stronger than conflict, stillness shaped like authority. Like a monochrome line drawn across the desert, it remains even when everything else fades. Tonight, let this image stay with you. Let it guide you into sleep like a distant wind passing over silent rock. And may you wake with the quiet strength of something unshakable within you. Rest now. The world has slowed. And so have you. High above the crowded world, where mountain peaks disappear into endless curtains of mist, there lives a creature that seems to belong more to dreams than reality. Among ancient forests wrapped in clouds and silence, a small red figure moves gracefully through the branches. The red panda, with its flame-colored fur and gentle eyes, has spent countless generations hidden within these remote highlands. While other animals fight for dominance, territory, and attention, the red panda has chosen a different path. It lives quietly, almost invisibly, becoming part of the forest itself. Tonight, we follow the story of one such red panda. His name was Ahong. He was born high in the mountains, where the air was cool even in summer and the forest stretched endlessly across steep valleys. Every morning, long before the sun fully rose above the ridges, he would awaken to the sound of distant wind moving through pine needles and bamboo leaves. Unlike many animals, Ahong never rushed into the day. He would sit quietly on a moss-covered branch and watch the first rays of sunlight break through the sea of clouds below. To him, these moments were not empty pauses between activities. They were life itself. The mountains taught him patience. The mist taught him humility. The silence taught him how to listen. As a young cub, Ahong often followed his mother through the tangled forest canopy. She showed him which branches could support his weight and which paths remained safe when winter storms arrived. More importantly, she taught him something that could not be learned through instinct alone. She taught him how to be alone. For red pandas, solitude is not a punishment. It is a way of life. Days could pass without encountering another member of his kind. Yet Ahong never felt abandoned. Around him, the forest was alive with countless small wonders. Tiny insects traveled across leaves like explorers crossing vast continents. Dewdrops reflected entire worlds within their crystal surfaces. Birds carried songs from distant valleys. The more time he spent alone, the more connected he felt to everything around him. One winter, when Ahong was still young, a fierce snowstorm descended upon the mountains. Thick snow buried the forest floor, and icy winds howled through the trees day and night. The storm lasted for days. Food became difficult to find. The cold seemed to penetrate every branch and stone. Curled tightly upon an ancient tree limb, Ahong wrapped his long striped tail around his body for warmth. Snow gathered silently upon his fur. Many creatures would have panicked. Ahong did not. He closed his eyes and listened. Beneath the wind, beneath the falling snow, he could still hear the heartbeat of the forest. The trees remained rooted. The mountains remained unmoved. The world had not ended. It was simply enduring another season. In that frozen silence, Ahong discovered an important truth. Strength was not always loud. Sometimes strength was the ability to remain calm while the storm passed overhead. As the years drifted by, Ahong grew into adulthood. His movements became more confident, yet he never lost the quiet curiosity that defined him. He spent long hours exploring hidden ridges and forgotten pathways where few creatures ventured. He learned every scent carried by the wind and every shadow cast by the mountains at sunset. The forest became his companion. Its moods reflected his own. On bright spring mornings, he climbed high into flowering trees and watched butterflies dance among the blossoms. During autumn, he sat among golden leaves while cold winds announced the coming winter. He measured time not by calendars but by changing colors, migrating birds, and the slow movement of clouds across distant peaks. Yet even in this peaceful existence, change was impossible to avoid. As the years passed, the forest began to feel different. Some trees disappeared. Certain pathways became quieter than before. The distant sounds of the natural world were occasionally interrupted by unfamiliar echoes carried from beyond the mountains. Though Ahong could not understand the reasons behind these changes, he sensed them deeply. The world he knew was shifting. Still, he refused to let fear dominate his life. One evening, after a powerful storm had scattered a bird's nest near the edge of a cliff, Ahong noticed a small nestling trembling in the cold wind. He could have continued on his way. The bird belonged to another species. Its fate was not his responsibility. Instead, he paused. Settling carefully beside the fragile nest, he shielded it from the strongest gusts with his own body. For hours he remained there. The little bird survived the night. No one witnessed the act. No songs were sung about it. Yet in that quiet gesture existed a profound understanding. Ahong knew that every creature sharing the mountain was connected by the same fragile thread of existence. Compassion did not require recognition. It simply required presence. As he entered the later years of his life, Ahong became slower. The brilliant red fur that once glowed like fire beneath the sunlight gradually softened into gentler shades. His leaps between branches became more deliberate. His eyes carried the wisdom of countless seasons. But age brought something valuable as well. Perspective. No longer driven by youthful curiosity, he spent more time resting among the highest trees, gazing out across valleys filled with drifting clouds. There he would sit for hours. Watching. Listening. Remembering. He remembered the winters he survived. The springs he celebrated. The stars he observed while resting alone beneath the night sky. He realized that life had never truly been about reaching some final destination. It had been about learning to belong to each passing moment. One mist-covered morning, when the mountain seemed suspended between earth and sky, Ahong climbed to a familiar ridge overlooking the valley. It was a place he had visited countless times before. The air smelled of pine and rain. Clouds drifted slowly below him like rivers made of silver. For a long while, he simply sat there. The forest was quiet. The mountains were quiet. Even the wind seemed reluctant to disturb the moment. There was no fear within him. No regret. Only gratitude. Gratitude for the trees that had sheltered him. For the seasons that had shaped him. For the solitude that had taught him who he was. As the day unfolded, Ahong settled beneath a bed of fallen pine needles, surrounded by the forest he had loved throughout his life. The mountains remained unchanged. The clouds continued their endless journey. Birds still sang among the branches. Life moved forward, just as it always would. Yet something of Ahong remained. Perhaps it lingered in the paths he once traveled. Perhaps it lived within the forests that had quietly witnessed his journey. Or perhaps it survived as a lesson carried by the mountain winds themselves. A reminder that peace is not something we discover at the end of life. It is something we practice every day. In a world that constantly demands more noise, more speed, and more urgency, the red panda offers another possibility. To slow down. To observe. To breathe. To find comfort in solitude rather than fear it. Tonight, as darkness settles gently around you and the worries of the day begin to fade, imagine yourself standing upon those mist-covered mountains. Feel the cool air against your skin. Watch the clouds drift across the valleys below. Listen to the forest breathing in the distance. And somewhere among the ancient trees, hidden within the silver fog, a small red figure still walks quietly through the branches. Not searching for greatness. Not chasing the future. Simply existing in perfect harmony with the world around him. Perhaps that is the greatest wisdom of all. And perhaps, if you listen closely enough, the mountains are still whispering his story. In a world where nearly everything is measured by speed, productivity, and constant motion, there exists a creature that has chosen an entirely different path. Deep within the emerald heart of the tropical rainforest lives the sloth, a quiet wanderer whose life unfolds at a pace so slow that it almost seems detached from time itself. Tonight, leave behind the ticking clocks, the endless notifications, and the pressure to move faster than yesterday. Step instead into a forest where sunlight filters through layers of ancient leaves, where warm rain drifts through the canopy, and where life follows a rhythm far older than human ambition. There, hanging among the branches, lives a sloth named Sid. At first glance, Sid appears almost motionless. Suspended upside down from a towering tree, he seems less like an animal and more like part of the forest itself. Moss grows upon his fur. Tiny insects wander through his coat. Birds occasionally perch nearby without concern. To many observers, his stillness might seem like laziness. But the forest knows better. Every movement Sid makes is deliberate. Every stretch of a claw, every turn of his head, every slow journey from one branch to another carries a quiet purpose. While other creatures race through the canopy searching for food, territory, or mates, Sid has mastered something far rarer. He has mastered patience. Each morning begins not with urgency, but with observation. As mist rises from the forest floor and golden light spills through the leaves, Sid slowly opens his eyes and listens. He listens to distant waterfalls hidden among the trees. He listens to the songs of birds greeting the dawn. He listens to the steady breathing of the rainforest itself. The world around him is always changing, yet he remains calm, anchored to the present moment. Many years ago, when Sid was young, a powerful storm swept across the rainforest. Winds tore through the canopy with terrifying force. Branches snapped. Vines twisted in every direction. Animals fled in panic as thunder rolled through the sky. Yet while chaos erupted around him, Sid simply tightened his grip on the tree that had sheltered him since childhood. He pressed his body against the bark and waited. Hours passed. Rain poured from the heavens like rivers. The forest shook beneath the storm's fury. But Sid never panicked. He could feel the strength of the ancient tree beneath him. Deep underground, its roots remained firmly anchored to the earth. The tree did not fight the storm. It bent with it. It endured. And so did he. That night taught Sid something he would carry for the rest of his life. Survival is not always about resistance. Sometimes it is about trust. Trust in your foundations. Trust in your place within the larger world. As the years passed, Sid became one of the quiet observers of the rainforest. Butterflies often rested upon his fur, mistaking him for part of the landscape. Small orchids occasionally bloomed near the branches he favored. During the rainy season, droplets gathered on his coat like tiny crystals, reflecting fragments of sunlight throughout the canopy. The rainforest never demanded that he hurry. In return, he never demanded that the rainforest explain itself. This silent agreement brought him a kind of peace that many creatures never discovered. While monkeys raced overhead in endless competition, Sid watched. While predators hunted through the undergrowth, Sid watched. While entire generations of birds arrived and departed with the seasons, Sid watched. And through all of it, he learned. He learned that fear often arrives long before danger. He learned that impatience creates suffering where none existed. He learned that much of what others desperately chase disappears as quickly as it arrives. One particularly harsh dry season tested the entire forest. Water became scarce. Food grew harder to find. Tensions rose among many animals competing for limited resources. Sid watched them exhaust themselves in endless conflict. For the first time, he felt a deep compassion for the restless lives unfolding around him. He understood their struggles. He understood their fears. Yet he also understood something else. The forest had existed long before any individual creature arrived, and it would continue long after they were gone. Against such vastness, many worries seemed remarkably small. This realization did not make him indifferent. Instead, it made him gentle. The older Sid became, the more he embraced his role as a quiet presence within the rainforest. He never became a leader. He never became a legend. Yet countless creatures found comfort in his stillness. A young bird sheltering from rain would rest near him. A butterfly would pause on his shoulder during its migration. Even the wind seemed to soften as it passed through the branches around him. Without speaking a single word, Sid became a reminder that there was another way to live. Not faster. Not louder. Simply calmer. Years drifted by like falling leaves. The thick fur that once resembled dark moss began to show signs of age. His movements became even slower. His eyes carried the weight of countless seasons spent beneath the rainforest canopy. Yet there was no sadness in him. Only acceptance. He had witnessed storms rise and vanish. He had watched trees grow from saplings into giants. He had seen rivers change their course and forests renew themselves after hardship. Everything changed. And that was precisely what made each moment beautiful. One misty morning, as silver fog floated between the treetops, Sid climbed higher than he had in many years. Slowly and carefully, he made his way toward a branch overlooking a vast sea of green stretching to the horizon. This had always been his favorite place. Here he had watched sunsets paint the clouds gold. Here he had listened to distant thunder rolling across the mountains. Here he had spent countless quiet hours simply existing. As he settled onto the branch, the forest greeted him with familiar sounds. Leaves rustled softly in the breeze. Birds sang somewhere far below. Sunlight danced across the canopy like liquid gold. Sid closed his eyes. There was no fear. No regret. No struggle. Only gratitude. Gratitude for every rainstorm that had taught resilience. Gratitude for every sunrise that had illuminated the forest. Gratitude for every slow and ordinary day that had quietly become a life. As the afternoon light faded, the rainforest continued its eternal rhythm. Life moved through the branches. Rivers flowed beyond the trees. Clouds drifted across the distant sky. The world carried on. And somehow, that felt perfect. Because Sid had never sought to conquer the forest. He had only sought to belong to it. Though his physical presence would one day fade into the vast story of the rainforest, the lessons he embodied remained. His patience lingered in the ancient trees. His calmness echoed in the quiet spaces between birdsong. His wisdom flowed through the roots hidden beneath the soil. Even now, if you close your eyes and imagine yourself standing beneath a towering rainforest canopy, you may feel a trace of his presence. A reminder that not every journey requires speed. A reminder that stillness can be its own kind of strength. A reminder that a meaningful life is not measured by how quickly you move, but by how deeply you experience the moments you are given. As night settles over the rainforest and the stars begin to appear beyond the leaves, allow these thoughts to rest beside you. Let the warm forest air carry away your worries. Let the rhythm of the trees slow your breathing. Let the quiet wisdom of a sloth named Sid remind you that peace is not something to chase. It is something that has been waiting patiently within you all along. And perhaps, somewhere in your dreams, you will find yourself beneath those ancient branches, listening to the gentle sounds of the rainforest, while a quiet sloth rests peacefully above. Not lost. Not forgotten. Simply at home within the slow and beautiful rhythm of the world. Here's an expanded English version of your capybara story, written in a calm, cinematic style suitable for sleep stories, YouTube narration, or long-form animal storytelling. It is between 1,000 and 1,300 words, with no section titles and no bullet symbols. In a world that never seems to stop moving, there exists a creature that has mastered the art of stillness. Deep within the wetlands of South America, where morning mist drifts gently above quiet waters and ancient trees cast long reflections across the marshes, lives a remarkable animal known as the capybara. To many, it appears simple. It does not possess the speed of a cheetah, the strength of a gorilla, or the majesty of a snow leopard. Yet somehow, this humble creature has become one of nature's greatest teachers. Tonight, let us leave behind the noise of modern life and step into a place where the water moves slowly and the air carries the scent of rain-soaked earth. Here, among reeds swaying in the breeze, we will follow the life of a capybara named AKA and discover why true strength is often found in the quietest souls. AKA was born beside a warm lagoon hidden within a vast wetland. From his first moments, the world around him felt peaceful. The gentle sound of water lapping against the shore became his lullaby. The songs of distant birds marked the passing of each day. Unlike many animals, AKA never felt the need to rush. While others competed for territory or searched endlessly for advantage, he spent long hours resting beneath the shade of broadleaf trees, observing the world with calm, thoughtful eyes. To him, every ripple on the water carried meaning. Every shift in the wind told a story. As a young capybara, he learned that survival was not always about fighting. Sometimes it was about adapting. Sometimes it was about patience. One summer afternoon, when the air was heavy with heat and insects hummed endlessly among the reeds, a jaguar emerged from the forest. The great predator moved silently through the shadows, its golden eyes fixed upon the marsh. Many animals scattered in fear. Birds burst from the trees. Small mammals vanished into burrows. Yet Akka remained where he was. He slowly opened one eye and watched the jaguar approach. There was no panic in him. No desperate attempt to flee. For a brief moment, predator and prey looked at one another. The jaguar seemed almost confused. It was accustomed to fear. It understood pursuit and escape. But this strange creature appeared entirely at peace. Eventually, the jaguar turned away and disappeared into the forest. AKA returned to resting beneath the afternoon sun. From that day forward, he understood something many creatures never learn. Fear often multiplies suffering long before danger arrives. By remaining calm, he preserved a part of himself that no predator could ever take. As the years passed, aka became a familiar presence throughout the wetlands. Birds landed upon his back. Turtles rested beside him on muddy banks. Even creatures from different worlds seemed drawn to his quiet energy. He never sought leadership, yet others naturally gathered around him. Perhaps they sensed something rare. In a landscape governed by survival, aka carried no desire to dominate. He simply existed exactly as he was. Then came the season of floods. Dark clouds gathered across the horizon for weeks. Rain fell without pause. Rivers swelled beyond their banks and spread across the lowlands. Familiar pathways vanished beneath rising water. For many animals, it was a terrifying time. Nests were destroyed. Burrows disappeared. Entire families became separated by powerful currents. aka watched the chaos unfold around him. Though the water rose higher each day, he remained steady. One evening, he discovered a group of young animals stranded upon a shrinking patch of land. They trembled from exhaustion as floodwaters surrounded them. Without hesitation, aka waded into the rising current and positioned himself beside them. His broad back became a floating refuge. One by one, the frightened youngsters climbed aboard. Slowly and carefully, he carried them toward safer ground. The journey took hours. The water was cold. The current fought against every step. Yet Akka never complained. He simply continued moving forward. In that moment, he realized that peace was not passive. True peace required courage. It demanded the strength to remain calm when everything around you was falling apart. The floodwaters eventually receded. Life returned to the wetlands. Fresh plants emerged from the mud, and the forests once again echoed with birdsong. But something within aka had changed. He no longer viewed himself as merely another inhabitant of the marsh. He understood that every creature shared the same fragile home. The struggles of one life inevitably touched another. This awareness filled him not with sadness, but with compassion. As he grew older, his movements became slower. The youthful energy that once carried him effortlessly across the wetlands gradually faded. Yet with age came a deeper kind of wisdom. Instead of spending his days searching for the freshest grasses, aka preferred to rest in shallow pools surrounded by reeds. He watched clouds drift overhead. He listened to frogs singing beneath the stars. The world seemed less urgent now. He had spent years observing nature's endless cycles and had learned that nothing remained forever. Storms passed. Floods subsided. Seasons changed. Even sorrow eventually softened with time. One misty morning, as dawn painted the water in shades of silver and gold, aka made his way toward a secluded spring hidden deep within the marsh. It was a place he had discovered when he was young, a place where warm water flowed gently from beneath the earth. He had visited it countless times throughout his life. As he approached, memories seemed to rise from the fog. He remembered his family. The friends he had lost. The floods he had survived. The countless sunsets reflected across still water. Every moment felt connected, like ripples spreading outward from a single stone. aka settled beside the spring and gazed across the marshland he had called home. There was no fear. No regret. Only gratitude. The wetland stretched endlessly before him, alive with movement and possibility. He understood that he had never truly belonged to himself alone. He belonged to the water. To the trees. To the creatures who had shared his journey. To the rhythm of the natural world itself. As the sun climbed higher into the sky, the mist slowly dissolved. The reeds swayed gently in the breeze. Dragonflies danced above the water's surface. Somewhere in the distance, a flock of birds took flight. And the marsh remained as peaceful as ever. Though AKA's life would eventually fade into memory, the lessons he embodied would remain. His calmness would linger in every quiet corner of the wetland. His patience would echo in every ripple upon the water. His kindness would survive in every life he had touched. Perhaps that is why people around the world feel such affection for capybaras. They remind us of something we often forget. Not every challenge requires a battle. Not every problem demands urgency. Sometimes the greatest wisdom lies in sitting quietly beside the water and allowing life to unfold as it must. As night settles over the marsh and the stars begin to reflect upon the still surface of the lagoon, imagine AKA resting peacefully beneath the moonlight. The storms are gone. The noise has faded. The world is quiet once more. And in that silence, there remains a simple truth. Peace is not something we find at the end of the journey. It is something we carry within us, even while the world changes around us. May that gentle wisdom stay with you tonight, like a soft ripple spreading across calm water, guiding you toward a deep, peaceful, and restful sleep. Out on the vast, cold blue ocean, they are the gentlest beacons drifting among the waves. Sea otters spend their lives facing restless tides and icy currents, yet beneath their playful appearance lies a story of devotion, resilience, and love. Tonight, let us leave behind the noise of the world and descend into the quiet rhythm of the sea. Together, we will follow the journey of a sea otter whose life was shaped not by power or conquest, but by the simple desire to remain connected to those he cherished. In his story, we may discover a forgotten sense of peace hidden within ourselves. Far from the shore, where the ocean stretched endlessly beneath gray skies, a young sea otter named Arlo floated among forests of swaying kelp. His dark fur shimmered whenever sunlight pierced the clouds and touched the water's surface. To an observer, he seemed carefree, drifting wherever the tide carried him. Yet life in the ocean demanded constant effort. The sea was beautiful, but it was never gentle for long. From an early age, Arlo learned that survival depended on more than strength. His mother taught him how to crack open shellfish with stones balanced carefully on his chest. She showed him how to dive through underwater gardens without disturbing the creatures hidden among the rocks. Most importantly, she taught him the value of companionship. On cold nights, when the ocean winds swept across the waves, sea otters gathered together and held hands while they slept. It was a simple act, but one that prevented them from drifting apart in the darkness. As Arlo grew older, he carried this lesson with him. While many creatures claimed territories and fought for dominance, he measured his life by different standards. To him, the greatest treasure was not a stretch of ocean or a hidden feeding ground. It was the presence of another living soul beside him when the storms arrived. The years passed, and Arlo became one of the most experienced otters in his region. He knew every rocky outcrop beneath the waves and every patch of kelp that swayed with the seasons. He could predict approaching storms by the movements of distant seabirds. He could sense changes in the currents long before they reached the shore. Yet even as his understanding of the sea deepened, the ocean itself began to change. The winters grew harsher. Food became more difficult to find. Areas that had once been rich with shellfish became strangely empty. Strange sounds echoed beneath the water, and unfamiliar shadows appeared more frequently along the horizon. Arlo could not understand the causes behind these changes, but he could feel their weight. Many younger otters reacted with anxiety and aggression. They competed for food and pushed farther into dangerous waters. Arlo chose a different path. He became patient. He spent more time observing than chasing. He understood that fear often led creatures to make reckless decisions. One stormy afternoon, while waves crashed against the rocks with unusual violence, Arlo heard a faint cry. Following the sound, he discovered a young otter trapped in an abandoned fishing line. The frightened pup struggled desperately, each movement tightening the snare around its body. Arlo worked carefully. The waves battered him against the rocks, and the cold water drained his strength. Still, he refused to leave. After a long struggle, the line finally loosened. The young otter escaped and immediately pressed against him for warmth. For a moment, Arlo looked into the pup's eyes and saw something familiar. He saw the same uncertainty he had once felt as a youngster drifting through an endless sea. In that moment, he understood that survival was not simply about enduring hardship. It was about carrying hope forward, even when the future seemed uncertain. From then on, Arlo became a quiet guardian. He guided younger otters toward safer feeding grounds. He shared resting places among the kelp forests. He taught them how to use tools, how to conserve energy, and how to trust one another. Years continued to pass. The powerful dives of his youth became slower. The ocean floor seemed farther away than it once had. His eyesight softened, and his body no longer responded with the same effortless grace. Yet something remarkable happened as his physical strength faded. The world around him appeared more beautiful than ever. He spent long afternoons floating on his back beneath open skies. He watched clouds drift overhead and listened to the endless conversation between wind and water. He no longer felt compelled to prove himself. The ocean that had once seemed vast and demanding now felt familiar, almost like an old friend. One winter morning, after a night of calm seas, Arlo drifted toward a rocky shoreline he had known since childhood. The rising sun painted the horizon in soft shades of gold and silver. Around him, the kelp forests swayed gently beneath the surface. He climbed onto a familiar rock and rested there, gazing out across the water. The ocean was quiet. There was no fear in him. No regret. Only gratitude. He thought of the countless tides he had ridden, the storms he had survived, and the companions whose hands had once intertwined with his own beneath the stars. He realized that every challenge, every loss, and every moment of tenderness had shaped the journey that brought him here. As the day slowly brightened, Arlo closed his eyes. The waves continued their endless rhythm. Seabirds wheeled through the sky. Far below the surface, schools of fish moved like flowing silver ribbons. The ocean carried on, just as it always had. And in a way, so did Arlo. Though his body eventually disappeared into the vast cycle of sea and tide, the warmth he had shared remained behind. It lived in the otters he had guided, in the habits he had taught, and in the simple act of holding another's hand when the waters grew rough. His story was never about greatness. It was about kindness. It was about choosing connection over isolation and compassion over fear. It was about discovering that true strength is often found not in standing alone, but in reaching for another soul when the world feels cold. Perhaps that is why sea otters continue to capture our hearts. Floating together beneath the endless sky, they remind us of something easy to forget. No matter how vast the ocean of life may seem, we are not meant to drift through it alone. And as night settles gently over the sea, imagine the waves growing calm beneath a blanket of stars. Somewhere beyond the horizon, in waters painted silver by moonlight, Arlo still drifts peacefully with the tide. The storms have passed. The journey is complete. All that remains is the quiet comfort of belonging. May that same comfort find its way to you tonight, carrying you gently into a deep and peaceful sleep. At the edge of sand dunes scorched and trembling under a relentless sun, there exists a creature that treats performance not as a tactic, but as a lifelong creed. And the hognose snake, with its strangely upturned snout and perpetually almost offended expression, is a natural-born actor of the wild. When death looms inches away, it does not merely react, it stages an elaborate, almost theatrical collapse, turning its own demise into an illusion so convincing that even the most dominant predators hesitate and withdraw. And tonight, follow me into those dry, whispering shrubs and step into its world. We will learn to read each carefully staged death, each calculated surrender that is not weakness, but an intelligence carved out of survival itself. And may this narrative of disguise and truth, of retreat and persistence, offer you a rare moment of calm insight amid the noise of the night. There are lives that choose the armor of hardened scales to fight against the world, and then there is the hognose snake, which chooses instead a sequence of flawless performances to buy itself space to exist. It does not engage in brute contests of strength. Instead, at the decisive turning point between life and death, it curls its body, alters its scent, and transforms panic into theater, constructing an illusion of collapse so convincing that survival itself becomes a kind of art. In an age that constantly demands resistance and escalation, the hognose snake's philosophy of strategic surrender feels almost counterintuitive, yet strangely wise. Let this gentle narration guide you into that quiet, arid wilderness, where survival is not shouted, but whispered through subtle gestures and patient endurance. If survival is a performance one is forced to attend, then the hognose snake is undoubtedly one of the most gifted actors in the entire wilderness. Its upturned snout is not merely an adaptation for digging through sand, but also a symbol of its uncanny ability to sense the faintest signals of survival in a world filled with danger. Entonite. We will not dwell on cold instinct or predator-prey mechanics. Instead, we will observe the absurd, almost tragicomic ritual of feigned death unfolding among dry leaves, and the creature's quiet longing for stillness beneath it all. And let this restrained narration, carried by the soft rustle of sand and leaf, wash away the dust of the day and leave you with a sheltered place within yourself. Script_sections. Section_title, Prologue. Content. When dry leaves are lifted and scattered by seasonal desert winds, there exists a seemingly clumsy creature that quietly mocks the hierarchy of strength in this unforgiving wilderness. And the hognose snake, with its upward curving snout and perpetually wronged expression, lives a life that resembles an endless dark comedy performed beneath the blazing sun. NWE are often told that in the natural order of the wild, the strong survive and the weak perish. Yet the hognose snake repeatedly overturns this belief through one of the most exaggerated forms of deception in nature. Feigned death. Nit does not truly die. Instead, it performs death with such precision, flattening its body, opening its mouth, releasing musk, and surrendering motion entirely, that even the most efficient predators are repelled by the illusion. And this is not simple trickery. It is a survival philosophy encoded into muscle, instinct, and evolution itself, expressed through every subtle contraction of its body. Entonite. Do not treat this as a documentary of reptilian behavior. Think of it instead as a story of how the hognose snake transforms every encounter with danger into a carefully staged exit, turning survival into repeated acts of controlled disappearance. Nit moves along the boundary between illusion and reality, and in its apparent surrender lies a deeper form of mastery over the harsh landscape it inhabits. Nas night settles and your breathing slows into the rhythm of this narration. Step with me into the quiet dunes, and witness the inner world of this unlikely performer. May this restrained irony and quiet warmth soften the weight of your day, and lead you toward a more ancient, more peaceful form of rest. Section_title, Chapter 1. Content. His name is Oliver. In this land of sand endlessly scorched by the sun, his upturned snout is the most distinctive symbol of his existence, a small signature left upon the desert itself. Oliver's first act of final performance came during a blistering afternoon, when he encountered a red-tailed hawk circling above like a falling omen from the sky. In that moment, he felt a primal collapse of certainty, as though the sky itself had become a blade poised to strike. And yet he did not flee blindly. Instead, driven by instinct refined over countless generations, he slowly loosened his body, letting it fall into complete stillness before rolling onto his back and exposing his pale underside to the merciless sun. And this collapse was not simple fear. It was a deeply encoded survival calculation, shaped by evolutionary memory. He understood, without needing thought, that a convincing death would remove the predator's interest entirely. In that suspended silence, Oliver even mimicked the slackness of a lifeless body so precisely that he seemed to merge with the desert floor itself, indistinguishable from the dry branches scattered around him. And he could feel the hawk's gaze circling overhead, carried by violent winds, but he did not respond. In that moment, performance was not choice, it was destiny. And this precise imitation of death taught him that survival sometimes lies not in resistance, but in the controlled erasure of presence itself. When the hawk finally drifted away, defeated by the illusion of loss, Oliver slowly turned his head toward the open sky. A strange calm settled within him, the quiet triumph of having rewritten his fate through deception. Section_title, Chapter 2. Content. If Oliver's first act of feigned death was instinctive, then over time it evolved into something closer to an art form practiced in silence across the desert. And he learned to adjust his performance depending on the type of threat, sometimes simply curling into stillness, other times adding subtle hissing or convulsive movements to enhance the illusion of desperate collapse. Nonce. He encountered a desert venomous snake, a predator that did not respond to theatrics or deception. In that confrontation, illusion alone was no longer enough, survival became a raw negotiation with reality itself. And Oliver did not retreat. Instead, he dug into the sand using his modest strength, carving a hidden tunnel beneath the surface. With his upturned snout, he pushed through loose soil again and again, constructing a refuge shaped by persistence rather than spectacle. In that struggle, he realized that even his performances were forms of negotiation with fate. He was not merely surviving, he was testing the limits of what nature would allow. Naviri act of feigned death. Every retreat, every moment of stillness became part of a larger dialogue with the desert's brutal logic. Over time, he became an unpredictable wanderer of the sands, needing no validation from others of his kind. The stability he had stolen from death itself was enough to satisfy his deepest need for freedom. And he moved through the wilderness as if traversing a long, ironic stage play of existence, forever both actor and director, shaping the rhythm and ending of each scene. Title, Chapter 3. Content. Time, however, leaves its marks even on the most adaptable of performers. Oliver's once vivid scales grew weathered, carrying the faded texture of countless seasons, while his calculating eyes softened into something quieter, more reflective. In this slow unfolding of years, he transformed from a creature defined by fear and performance into a quiet inhabitant of the land itself. He no longer needed elaborate displays of death to survive. Instead, he rested in the shadows of ancient shrubs, conserving energy, observing the world with patient stillness. And each breath became a measurement of the earth's ancient rhythm. In this reduced existence, he discovered a strange form of liberation, one that came not from escape, but from acceptance. And he watched generations of his kind fade into the shifting sands, without sorrow or resistance, only a vast, wordless understanding of the desert's continuity. None night, under a sky painted deep red by the dying sun, Oliver felt an unfamiliar exhaustion. He chose a sheltered crevice among the rocks, curling into it as if returning to the origin of all things. And there, in the embrace of darkness and silence, he released every tension he had ever carried. The burden of performance dissolved, leaving only stillness. And he felt no regret, for his countless acts of deception had already become part of the wilderness itself, etched into the dunes like a legend without a name. And what remained was not fame or memory, but a faint imprint of an upturned snout in shifting sand, a subtle reminder to future lives that wisdom can sometimes resemble surrender. Title, Epilogue. Content. When the final glow of sunset sinks beneath the horizon, the dunes return once again to silence, and Oliver's life disperses into the desert like a single grain of sand absorbed into endless time. Telling the story of the hognose snake, we are not merely describing an animal, but exploring a philosophy of existence, how a being under constant pressure can still preserve a form of inner playfulness, even through illusion and retreat. When you feel lost in the noise of crowded days, when every pursuit begins to feel heavier than the ground beneath your feet, remember Oliver, the creature that once mocked death itself with a performance of surrender. And he did not conquer the world, nor was he consumed by it. Instead, he moved between exits and returns, shaping himself into something steady, gentle, and difficult to define. And that kind of strength is quieter than resistance, yet often more enduring. It is like a seed buried deep in the wilderness, silently stabilizing the soil of the mind. And tonight, let this story become a moment of calm before sleep. Let the imagery of staged death and rediscovered stillness guide you toward a quieter inner landscape. And may you, in your own way, learn to face the unknown with the same composure, and keep within yourself a place that remains untouched and steady. And sleep now. All pursuits have settled. All anxieties are dissolving into slow awakening. May your night be gentle, deep, and uninterrupted. As autumn deepens and golden fields surrender their harvest to the season, a quiet creature keeps watch in the forgotten corners where sunlight rarely lingers. The corn snake, draped in warm shades of russet and amber, moves silently between the remnants of the past and the fertile soil of new beginnings. Tonight, follow me into an old weathered barn and discover how this gentle wanderer transforms quiet movement into a lesson about patience, acceptance, and grace. May this story woven from red-brown scales and autumn shadows offer your heart a peaceful refuge amid the noise of the night. Some lives do not announce themselves with grandeur. They simply drift through the river of time, leaving subtle traces behind. The story of the corn snake is an exploration of how one can preserve an inner essence while the seasons endlessly change. Between stacks of hay and ancient wooden beams, it glides without conflict or competition, painting each passing moment with its warm and comforting colors. Allow the stillness hidden within this old barn to accompany this gentle narration and carry away the worries and exhaustion of your day. In an age obsessed with speed and constant pursuit, the corn snake has chosen a different rhythm. Moving quietly through the cracks of time, it resembles an autumn leaf turning crimson before returning to the earth, embodying a profound wisdom of reflection and renewal. Tonight, we will not speak of hunting instincts or survival alone. Instead, we will explore the quiet devotion with which it watches over its world. May this warm and restrained story become a soothing remedy before sleep, helping you rediscover your own natural rhythm and peace. Prologue. As autumn winds sweep across the countryside and paint the fields in shades of gold, countless creatures begin searching for shelter and security. Yet within the wooden skeleton of an aging barn, a pair of amber eyes remains open, quietly observing the slow cycles of the world. The corn snake, clothed in intricate patterns of red, brown and copper, has devoted its life to the art of waiting and wandering. Many people think of snakes as cold and emotionless beings. Yet beneath that calm exterior lies a remarkable sensitivity to the changing seasons and the subtle movements of the earth. Rather than gamble its future upon the dangers of the open wilderness, the corn snake chooses to weave its existence into forgotten corners abandoned by time and human hands. Within every crack between the hay, every weathered plank, and every pocket of warm soil, it listens carefully to the faint pulse of life surrounding it. This is not a tale of danger or aggression. It is the story of how a corn snake transforms the passing years into a quiet poem written in shades of amber and rust. Moving between light and shadow, it patiently shapes its character in silence. Its calm restraint possesses the power to remind anxious hearts that peace is often found not through action, but through acceptance. As the night settles and your breathing slows to match the rhythm of this story, join me in stepping deeper into the stillness of the barn. There we will discover the stars, the fields, and the wisdom hidden within the eyes of a silent guardian. Chapter 1. His name was Elias. Among generations of corn snakes that had inhabited these lands, he was merely one humble witness to the passage of time. Elias began his life beneath a pile of aging hay inside the barn. The first thing he ever saw was not the brilliance of the sun, but delicate beams of light filtering through cracks in the wooden walls. To him, the world appeared as a maze of shadows and golden fragments. His earliest lesson was learning how to become part of that shifting landscape, blending his red-brown scales into the patterns of light and darkness surrounding him. Unlike many creatures, Elias felt no urgency to explore distant horizons. Most days were spent among dry husks and scattered straw, listening to the tiny footsteps of rodents hidden beyond the walls. Those faint sounds became his first connection to the wider world. One winter remained forever etched in his memory. As frost crept across the barn windows and cold winds rattled the wooden beams, Elias retreated deep beneath the earth where traces of warmth still lingered. His stillness was not an act of surrender. It was a gathering of strength. Curled within the darkness, he listened to his own breathing and felt every scale respond to the pressure of the frozen season above. This was more than waiting for spring. It was a lesson in endurance. A lesson in allowing empty spaces to exist without fear. When the first warm breeze of spring finally slipped through the cracks in the barn, Elias emerged once again. His scales shimmered with renewed brilliance, glowing like polished amber. It seemed as though he had spent the entire winter collecting sunlight and storing it deep within his veins. Chapter 2. If Elias's growth was an art of movement, then every journey beyond the barn became an exploration of destiny itself. As flowers bloomed and grasses stretched toward the sun, he ventured farther into the surrounding fields. Moving through wild vegetation, he resembled a humble traveler rather than a hunter. Each inch of earth revealed a new sensation. Each breeze carried messages from distant places. One day he encountered a shadow circling overhead. A hawk. For the first time, Elias felt the immense vulnerability of life beneath the laws of nature. Yet he did not panic. He did not flee blindly. Instead, he merged with the landscape. His patterned scales aligned perfectly with the textures of the earth and dry grasses until he seemed to disappear entirely. Through this mastery of concealment, Elias became almost invisible. He learned that true survival often depends not on strength, but on stillness. Not on resistance, but on timing. Gradually, he discovered a deeper truth. Real power is not measured by the force of a response. It is measured by one's ability to leave the smallest possible trace upon the world and allow danger to pass harmlessly by. During these journeys, he formed a silent dialogue with the land itself. Through sensitive scales pressed against the earth, he sensed approaching rain, shifting temperatures, and subtle changes in the soil. He became so deeply connected to his surroundings that he seemed less like a visitor and more like an extension of the fields themselves. This harmony brought him a profound sense of freedom. He no longer worried about being seen. He no longer hurried to find prey. He simply moved, and in that movement discovered peace. Chapter 3. Time eventually left its mark upon Elias. The vibrant red-brown scales of his youth became softened by age, and the bright eyes that once gleamed in darkness grew calmer and wiser. No longer an explorer, he became a guardian of the land surrounding the barn. He hunted only when necessary and spent much of his time resting among ancient bundles of straw. His needs became fewer. His desires became simpler. Each breath and heartbeat seemed synchronized with the timeless rhythm of the earth itself. This slower pace brought a freedom unlike anything he had known before. Watching old companions disappear into the distance of memory, Elias felt neither sorrow nor regret. Instead, he carried a quiet compassion for the land that had nurtured him throughout his life. One autumn night, beneath a sky painted with deep shades of crimson and gold, Elias felt a weariness he had never known before. He found a dry and comfortable pile of straw and slowly coiled himself one final time. Within the embrace of darkness and silence, every muscle relaxed. Every burden dissolved. It was not an ending filled with fear. It was a return. A solemn reunion with the earth that had sheltered him since the beginning. He felt no regret. The peace he had protected for so many years had already become part of the soil, woven into the spirit of the barn itself. What Elias left behind was not a legacy of conquest or achievement. It was a quiet image, a warm red-brown shadow moving between light and darkness. A reminder of what true peace looks like. Epilogue. As the final glow of autumn disappeared beyond the horizon, the old barn returned to silence. The life of Elias settled gently into memory, like a grain of sand sinking into a sea of golden wheat. The story of the corn snake is ultimately a story about preserving one's inner essence through long seasons of waiting and uncertainty. It is a philosophy of remaining steady while the world continues to change. Whenever you feel lost within the noise of modern life, remember Elias. Remember the quiet traveler whose red-brown scales moved patiently through shadows and sunlight. He did not fight the world. Nor did he allow the world to define him. Through patience and restraint, he transformed himself into an unshakable center of calm. That kind of strength is more powerful than force. It resembles a single grain of wheat resting deep within a barn, quietly holding the promise of renewal. Tonight, allow the image of Elias to accompany you into sleep. May his gentle presence guide you toward a place of stillness hidden within your own heart. May you face life's unknown storms with the same quiet confidence and preserve the warm, steady core that belongs only to you. Rest now. Every pursuit has come to an end. Every worry can slowly dissolve into silence. May your dreams be gentle, your sleep be deep, and your night be filled with lasting peace. In this busy and noisy world, there exists a creature that has chosen perhaps the most restrained way of living. The ball python, a gentle being seemingly coiled by the hands of time itself, reveals the true meaning of composure through a body that is both soft and remarkably resilient. Tonight, come with me into a warm and humid rainforest hidden beneath layers of shadow and leaves. Together, we will seek the quiet light that shines within the heart of this silent hermit. May this story of patience, surrender, and stillness offer you a rare moment of peace after the demands of a long and exhausting day. Some forms of wisdom require no words. They live only in quiet breaths, patient observation, and the graceful language of a coiled body. The story of the ball python is not one of violence or ruthless hunting. Instead, it is a lesson in how to preserve a small sanctuary of calm amid a world of uncertainty and noise. In an age that constantly demands speed, ambition, and endless movement, perhaps we need to learn from the ball python, to withdraw when necessary, to settle our thoughts, and to return to our center. As this gentle narration unfolds, allow yourself to drift into the softness and restraint hidden deep within the forest, where weary thoughts slowly return to their natural stillness. Have you ever noticed that when danger approaches, the ball python curls itself into a perfect sphere? This is not fear. It is a profound philosophy of self-preservation, an art of discovering absolute security within the very heart of the storm. Tonight, let us read the story written within those coils and learn how to preserve a quiet center while the world around us continues to change. May this gentle tale become a cool breeze before sleep, helping you rediscover the peaceful refuge hidden within your soul. Prologue. While countless creatures of the rainforest compete endlessly for sunlight, territory, and water, one animal chooses a different path. Instead of stretching outward in pursuit of more, it folds inward, curling itself into an almost perfect sphere and abandoning every posture of aggression while the world sways around it. The ball python, often misunderstood by modern society as a cold and insignificant creature, is in truth engaged in one of nature's most profound practices, the art of refusal and dissolution. In a land filled with uncertainty and danger, it survives not through domination, but through restraint. We often imagine courage as a fist thrown outward. Yet for the ball python, courage is something entirely different. It is the strength to fold inward. It is the discipline to preserve an unshaken center even when confronted by forces beyond control. This is not merely a story about how a predator hunts. It is the story of how a ball python transforms survival itself into a gentle negotiation with existence over millions of years of evolution. Beneath layers of damp leaves, it rests quietly. Its eyes remain half-closed, as though gazing into a world beyond the restless concerns of ordinary life. The calm it carries seems almost unreal, powerful enough to make even the most anxious observer feel a strange and profound sense of peace. Tonight, we will not focus on the brutality of survival. Instead, we will explore the philosophy hidden beneath those silent coils, a philosophy rooted in respect for life and devotion to inner order. As darkness settles over the forest and your breathing slowly synchronizes with this narration, step with me into a world covered by shadows, roots, and ancient trees. There we may glimpse the deeper logic hidden within a life devoted to stillness. Chapter 1. Along the edge of a rainforest in Senegal, where monsoon rains repeatedly washed the land clean, lived a ball python known as Augusta. His life was a testament to the forgotten value of moving slowly. He never sought intense or dramatic experiences. Most days unfolded within a very small corner of the forest. Sometimes his world consisted of a decaying log. At other times, a cluster of thick ferns became his entire universe. One memory remained especially vivid. On a golden afternoon, sunlight slipped through gaps in the canopy and painted the forest floor in warm amber colors. Augusta remained perfectly still while ants hurried past and beetles raced through the undergrowth. He appeared less like a snake and more like a patch of moss that had quietly become part of the earth itself. Over time, this devotion to stillness became instinct. Through stillness, Augusta gained a perception that seemed to transcend time. He could hear the delicate sound of raindrops touching leaves. He could sense tiny shifts in temperature across the ground. He noticed details invisible to creatures constantly rushing from place to place. Many describe snakes as cold-blooded predators. Yet Augusta was something closer to an observer. He watched the world move through endless cycles of motion and rest without becoming trapped by the anxiety that often accompany survival. His complete mastery of his own rhythm created a deep harmony with the forest. He felt no urgency to chase after more, nor any fear of losing what he already possessed. Simply existing had become a state of fulfillment. This wisdom was not inherited. It was earned through mistakes, through moments of danger, through damaged scales and difficult lessons. Gradually, he learned that survival was not always about action. Often it was about knowing when not to act. Before storms arrived, he tightened his coils. He withdrew his awareness from unnecessary distractions and protected only what mattered most. In doing so, he discovered a remarkable strength hidden within restraint. Chapter 2. After surviving his first great dry season, Augusta began to radiate a different kind of power, the quiet strength of solitude. While younger pythons competed endlessly for shelter and exhausted themselves beneath the scorching sun, Augusta remained patient within the shade of a cool stone crevice, waiting for the perfect breeze. He understood that every disturbance in the forest eventually returned to silence. There was no need to participate in every struggle. Instead, he devoted himself to cultivating the calm that lived within him. Though still young, his eyes carried an almost meditative depth. Whenever he curled into his characteristic sphere, his body formed a pattern so elegant that it seemed like living geometry crafted by nature itself. He survived countless encounters with predators. Birds of prey descended from above. Larger animals wandered dangerously close. Yet time after time, he relied upon the same simple defense. By curling inward, he transformed vulnerability into protection. What appeared passive was actually a remarkable expression of intelligence. Gradually, Augusta realized that true strength does not always expand outward. Real power lies in possessing a strong inner core and choosing how to engage with the world from a place of stability and grace. Chapter 3. As years passed, time left its marks upon Augusta. The scales that once shone with youthful brilliance became softer and weathered. His eyes grew deeper, carrying the weight of countless seasons. No longer merely an observer, he became a silent guardian of the rainforest. He abandoned competition entirely and spent his days resting beside an ancient tree hollow that had witnessed generations come and go. His needs became simpler. Each breath and heartbeat seemed synchronized with the ancient rhythm of the earth itself. Through this slower way of living, he discovered a freedom that younger creatures could scarcely imagine. One storm-filled night, Augusta sensed the heaviness of age settling fully upon him. He found a soft and sheltered bed of leaves and slowly curled himself one final time. Within the embrace of darkness and silence, every muscle relaxed. Every burden gradually dissolved. What he experienced was not loss, but release, a solemn return to the earth that had sustained him throughout his life. There was no regret. The peace he had protected for so many years had already seeped into the soil, becoming part of the rainforest spirit. What Augusta left behind was not a monument or an achievement. It was something far more enduring, a memory of stillness, a shadow of peace, a reminder of what true security feels like. Epilogue. With Augusta's passing, the forest returned to a sacred silence. Only the leaves whispered softly in the wind, carrying fragments of the hermit's story. To speak of the ball python is to speak of an art of self-preservation amid chaos. It is a philosophy of remaining steady while the world shifts beneath our feet. When the pressures of life leave you feeling lost, imagine Augusta resting quietly within the rainforest. He did not fight the world, nor did he allow the world to reshape him. Through patience, focus, and gentle withdrawal, he became a calm and unshakable center. This kind of strength is often more powerful than resistance. It moves like a warm current beneath deep water, soothing restless hearts without making a sound. Tonight, let Augusta's story become a moment of peace before sleep. Let the image of those quiet coils form a shelter around your thoughts. May you, like Augusta, face the unknown with grace and preserve within yourself a place of perfect stillness. Rest now. Every pursuit has fallen quiet. Every worry can slowly dissolve within these gentle coils of peace. May your night be filled with deep comfort, lasting serenity, and beautiful dreams. Deep within the tropical rainforest, a streak of luminous green hangs motionless among the branches, as though painted into the forest by nature itself. And the white-lipped pit viper, a master of camouflage born from the emerald shadows, carries its signature pale lip line like a delicate boundary between life and death, beauty and danger. And tonight, follow me into that humid wilderness filled with mystery and hidden movement, where we will explore a life shaped equally by restraint and sudden power. And may this tranquil narration drift over you like a cool breeze after rainfall, carrying away the noise of the day and guiding you toward a place of stillness. If death were to wear a color, it might resemble the breathtaking fluorescent green of the white-lipped pit viper. It is never impatient, never reckless. Its entire life is an exercise in waiting for that singular moment when beauty and lethality align with perfect precision. And through its long and solitary meditation within the rainforest, the white-lipped pit viper teaches us the meaning of composure elevated to an art form and accuracy refined into instinct. /n Allow this story to flow through the quiet hours of the night, loosening your defenses and carrying you into a jungle where tension and serenity coexist, where the heart may rediscover calm amid suspense. Few creatures combine such intense danger with such fragile elegance as the white-lipped pit viper. /Its existence is a living interpretation of a simple truth: stillness itself can become power. Behind those calm, watchful eyes lies a profound understanding of the rainforest's unwritten laws and an unwavering devotion to their execution. Tonight, we will not focus on its venom. Instead, we will speak of its presence, the long discipline of waiting and choosing, played out upon rain-soaked branches beneath the canopy. Let this whisper from the rainforest accompany you into sleep, where in absolute silence you may discover both the resilience of life and a beauty too subtle for words. Script_sections. Section_title, Prologue. Content: When mist begins to drift among the ancient trees after rainfall and the scent of wet earth settles across the Amazon, the forest seems to exhale. Yet among the countless shades of green, one luminous presence remains suspended in the shadows with unsettling grace. And the white-lipped pit viper, a creature seemingly painted by nature with its most vivid brush of emerald light, waits quietly among tangled vines and dripping leaves. There, hidden in plain sight, it fulfills a silent contract with survival. And many fear the pale line tracing its lips, seeing it as a warning etched by death itself. Yet to the viper, that distinctive mark is neither threat nor ornament. It is simply part of the discipline that allows it to endure within one of the world's most competitive ecosystems. Contrary to popular belief, it was not born for violence. Its life is devoted to patience, enduring stretches of profound stillness in pursuit of a single flawless moment. People often define it through danger alone, forgetting that beneath its radiant green scales lies a remarkable lesson in restraint, self-control, and the ability to compress desire into absolute focus. And this is not merely a tale of predation. It is the story of how the white-lipped pit viper transforms every breath, every coil, and every sensation into part of a lifelong practice of precision. Tonight, let us set aside fear and instead observe this rainforest dancer, a creature that has elevated stillness into its highest art. As darkness settles beyond your window and your thoughts begin to slow, follow me into this realm of emerald shadows and ancient branches. And may this quiet encounter help you rediscover the strength to remain centered, even in the midst of chaos. Section_title, Chapter 1. Content: His name is Aching. Within this seemingly endless rainforest, he is only one leaf among millions, yet perhaps the most patient of them all. Aching still remembers the first time he truly sensed the harsh order governing the jungle. It was a humid afternoon, and he lay coiled upon a palm frond several meters above the ground, watching an unsuspecting beetle wander nearby. He did not strike. Instead, something ancient within him whispered a lesson carried through countless generations: the true victor is rarely the fastest, but often the one most willing to endure solitude. This extraordinary suppression of impulse became the foundation of his existence. He did not compete for fleeting patches of sunlight, nor did he join the frantic pursuits of lesser predators. With every breath, he diminished his presence until he became indistinguishable from the forest itself. Gradually, he came to understand his role. The destiny of the white-lipped pit viper was to become the rainforest's most refined illusionist, concealing brilliant green within deeper green and blending the pale line of his lips into the language of shadows. By surrendering to the rhythms of the environment, he learned to survive even the most violent rainy seasons. He felt the trembling of flooded soil and heard the heavy sighs of roots drinking from endless storms. He was doing more than surviving. Through almost obsessive stillness, he was engraving every shift in humidity, every change of wind, and every subtle movement of the forest into his memory. Over the years, Aching became less a creature and more a living coordinate within the ecosystem, a patient witness waiting silently upon the branches for the moment when restraint would finally become action. Section_title, Chapter 2. Content: As Aching matured, the discipline forged by the rainforest began to gather within him like tension in a drawn bow. Naviri's scale seemed to contain stored energy. His once gentle eyes grew sharper with experience, reflecting a deeper understanding of the jungle's invisible currents. And the desire to survive did not fade with age. Instead, it deepened and matured. He no longer required the presence or approval of others, for the rainforest itself had become his companion, his teacher, and his language. And during one particularly severe dry season, he faced a challenge unlike any before. Food grew scarce, water became precious, and survival demanded more than patience. It demanded unwavering composure. And he watched small mammals emerge from hiding, driven by thirst and desperation. Their frantic search for relief revealed a truth he had long understood: panic often defeats life long before danger arrives. In that moment, Aching felt not superiority, but clarity. He realized that the essence of his existence was not feeding or hunting alone. It was maintaining his own rhythm while everything around him rushed toward uncertainty. And through countless trials, he learned to transform himself into a flash of emerald lightning concealed within stillness, ensuring that hesitation disappeared the instant action became necessary. And he was no hero. Yet within a rainforest increasingly shaped by urgency and competition, he became something equally remarkable: a guardian of patience, elegance, and lethal precision. Title, Chapter 3. Content: Time eventually left its mark upon Aching. The brilliant green that once gleamed like polished jade became softer, weathered by years of sunlight, storms, and friction against bark and vine. Knee's eyes, once sensitive to the slightest vibration, now carried a deeper tranquility. They no longer reacted to every disturbance but instead reflected a profound understanding of life's impermanence. And he no longer adjusted his position as frequently as he had in youth. Instead, he chose the shelter of thick branches near the heart of ancient trees, where wind rarely reached and moonlight filtered gently through the canopy. And there he discovered a peace beyond survival. Freed from the relentless demands of competition, he became part of the rainforest itself, a quiet signature left by nature upon the world. None mist-covered morning, Aching settled upon a familiar branch that had carried him through countless storms. He did not choose it to escape, but to complete the journey he had spent a lifetime walking. In that final stillness, his existence blended seamlessly with the textures of earth, bark, and leaf. The union was so complete it seemed as though he had never truly been separate from the forest at all. And the rainforest did not pause. Only tiny raindrops slipped softly from leaves, as though whispering farewell to a dancer whose performance had reached its final bow. Yet the sense of order he embodied, the discipline of maintaining one's boundaries amid turmoil, remained woven into the living fabric of the jungle. And though Aching vanished from sight, he became something larger than memory, a lasting symbol of emerald dignity that no storm could erase. Title, Epilogue. Content: When the final traces of sunlight disappear beyond the rainforest horizon and silence settles once more among the ancient trees, Aching's life sinks gently into the depths of time like a single drop of water returning to the earth. And to tell the story of the white-lipped pit viper is to explore the art of balancing restraint and precision within a restless world. It is a meditation on preserving one's unique identity amid endless change. And no matter what pace your own life moves at, no matter how much pressure or uncertainty surrounds you, remember Aching, the quiet dancer who maintained clarity and composure in every circumstance. And this kind of strength burns more steadily than fire. It shines like a vivid emerald principle, illuminating the darkness not through force, but through unwavering presence. Nas the night grows deeper, allow these images of branches, humid air, and invisible boundaries to settle gently within your thoughts. And do not fear the speed of the future. As long as you preserve an inner rhythm that belongs solely to you, you possess the foundation needed to endure any challenge. And may your dreams carry you beyond distant horizons into that tranquil rainforest realm, where you and Aching may meet once more in silence. And sleep now. Every pursuit has come to rest. Every worry dissolves into stillness like ripples fading across calm water. And may your night be gentle, peaceful, and filled with deep restorative dreams. On a small island embraced by the turquoise waters of the Indian Ocean, where gentle sea breezes carry the scent of salt and sunlit grass, there lives a tiny creature that seems to have wandered out of a dream. The quokka, often called the happiest animal in the world, has captured the hearts of millions with its seemingly endless smile. Yet behind that cheerful expression lies a story far richer than a simple photograph could ever reveal. Tonight, let us leave behind the noise of the modern world and travel to Rottnest Island, where life moves to the rhythm of waves and wind. Here, among sandy paths, coastal shrubs, and golden sunsets, we will follow the journey of a quokka named Pippi and discover a quiet lesson about joy, resilience, and the beauty of living in the present moment. Pippi was born beneath a cluster of low bushes overlooking the sea. From the very beginning, his world was filled with simple wonders. The rustling of leaves after a gentle rain. The distant cry of seabirds circling above the shoreline. The warm sunlight that painted the island in shades of gold every morning. As a young quokka, Pippi approached life with endless curiosity. Every hidden trail seemed like an adventure. Every flower carried a new scent worth investigating. While larger animals measured their lives through power, territory, or dominance, Pippi measured his through moments. A cool breeze on a summer afternoon. A patch of fresh grass after rainfall. A peaceful nap beneath the shade of an old tree. The island taught him an important lesson early in life. Happiness was not something waiting in the future. It lived quietly in the present. As the seasons passed, Pippi grew into a healthy adult. His soft brown fur blended perfectly with the island landscape, and his bright eyes reflected the calm spirit of his home. He spent his days wandering among coastal plants, listening to the ocean's endless conversation with the shore. Unlike many creatures that constantly fought for more, Pippi seemed content with what already surrounded him. He never rushed. He never worried about distant possibilities. While storms occasionally swept across the island and dry seasons tested the resilience of every living thing, he accepted each challenge as part of the natural rhythm of existence. One particularly hot summer brought a drought unlike any the island had seen in years. The vegetation grew sparse, water became scarce, and many animals struggled to find enough food. The air itself seemed heavy and exhausted. During those difficult months, Pippi spent much of his time resting beneath rocky outcrops where small pockets of shade offered relief from the heat. Yet even then, he never appeared fearful. Instead, he observed. He watched how the island adapted. He noticed tiny plants surviving in cracks between stones. He saw seabirds adjusting their routines. He learned that endurance often came not from resisting change, but from flowing with it. The drought eventually passed, and when the first rain finally arrived, Pippi stood beneath the falling drops as though greeting an old friend. The earth drank deeply. New shoots emerged from the soil. Life returned once more. Years moved quietly across the island. Tourists arrived in growing numbers, drawn by the island's beauty and the irresistible charm of its famous residents. Pippi occasionally encountered visitors who were delighted by his presence. They smiled when they saw him. They laughed when he tilted his head curiously. Many left with photographs that would later travel around the world. What those visitors rarely understood was that the smile they admired was only part of the story. The true gift of the quokka was not its appearance. It was its way of being. Pippi possessed a remarkable ability to remain present. He did not dwell on yesterday's hardships. He did not fear tomorrow's uncertainties. Each day was accepted exactly as it arrived. As environmental changes slowly altered parts of the island, Pippi noticed familiar paths becoming different. Some areas grew busier. Certain patches of vegetation became less abundant. The island he loved was changing. Yet rather than meeting these changes with bitterness, he responded with quiet adaptation. He became more cautious when exploring open spaces. He sought shelter in quieter corners of the island. He learned new routes and discovered hidden places where peace still flourished. One evening, while wandering through a grove near the coast, Pippi encountered a young quokka that had become separated from its family. The youngster appeared frightened and uncertain. Without hesitation, Pippi approached slowly. He sat nearby, calm and patient. The young quokka gradually relaxed. After a while, the two began walking together through the fading light until they found the family waiting anxiously near a patch of dense shrubs. There were no grand celebrations. No dramatic displays. Only a simple act of kindness. Yet in many ways, that small moment captured everything Pippi represented. As he grew older, his pace slowed. The endless curiosity of youth softened into quiet wisdom. He spent more time resting on sandy dunes overlooking the ocean, watching clouds drift across vast blue skies. From these peaceful vantage points, he observed the passing seasons. Summer arrived and departed. Winter storms rolled across the sea. Wildflowers bloomed and faded. The island continued its eternal dance. Pippi no longer felt the need to chase every new experience. Instead, he learned to appreciate stillness. He discovered that there was beauty in simply watching the tide rise and fall, in listening to waves repeat their ancient song. One morning, long after the first light painted the horizon with soft shades of gold, Pippi made his way to a rocky overlook he had visited countless times throughout his life. There he sat quietly, gazing out across the endless ocean. The wind moved gently through his fur. The waves sparkled beneath the rising sun. The island stretched behind him, peaceful and familiar. In that moment, he seemed completely at ease. There was no regret. No fear. Only gratitude for the countless small joys that had filled his days. The warmth of sunlight. The comfort of shelter. The friendship of companions. The beauty of an ordinary life fully lived. Though every life eventually reaches its final chapter, Pippi's spirit remained woven into the island he loved. It lived in every golden sunset reflecting on the sea. It lived in every breeze moving through the coastal grass. It lived in every smile inspired by the sight of a tiny creature who seemed to understand something many humans spend a lifetime searching for. The story of Pippi is not truly about a quokka. It is about remembering that happiness does not always arrive through achievement or possession. Sometimes it appears in the simplest moments. A quiet morning. A shared kindness. A gentle breeze. A grateful heart. As night settles around you and the world grows still, let the waves of Rottnest Island carry away the worries of the day. Let Pippi's quiet wisdom remind you that peace is often closer than you think. And as sleep slowly finds you, may you carry with you a little of that famous quokka smile, a small light glowing softly in the darkness, guiding you toward a gentle and restful dream. On the vast and frozen frontier of the Arctic, where endless sheets of ice drift beneath pale skies, there exists a creature so pure that it seems carved from the very first snowfall. The harp seal pup, wrapped in its soft white coat and blessed with dark eyes that reflect the depth of the northern sea, lives a life that feels untouched by the noise of the modern world. Tonight, leave behind the rush of crowded streets and the endless demands of daily life. Travel instead to a realm of ice and silence, where the wind speaks softly across frozen waters and time itself seems to move more slowly. Here, among the drifting ice fields, a small seal pup named Sila begins his quiet journey. Sila was born on a floating sheet of ice surrounded by a world painted in shades of white and blue. The sea beneath him stretched endlessly into the horizon, while above him danced curtains of pale light that occasionally illuminated the Arctic sky. From the very beginning, his life was shaped by stillness. Unlike many creatures that spend their days chasing opportunities or escaping dangers, Sila learned the art of patience. His earliest memories were not of movement, but of listening. He listened to the distant cracking of ancient ice. He listened to the rhythm of waves moving beneath the frozen surface. He listened to the heartbeat of a world far older than himself. Each day, he would curl into a small hollow in the snow, a place shaped perfectly to cradle his body against the relentless cold. There he rested, allowing the Arctic wind to pass over him like a silent river. To an outside observer, he might have seemed motionless. Yet within that stillness was a profound connection to everything around him. One winter night, the ice beneath the colony began to groan and fracture. Deep echoes rolled across the frozen plain like distant thunder. Panic spread among many young seals as cracks raced across the surface. Some slipped into the freezing water below. But Sila remained calm. He lowered his head into the warmth of his white fur and listened. Beneath the terrifying sounds, he sensed something steady and familiar. The ice was not his enemy. It was simply following its ancient rhythm, a rhythm that had existed long before his birth and would continue long after he was gone. In that moment, Sila discovered a truth that many larger and stronger creatures never learn. Not every challenge must be met with struggle. Sometimes the greatest strength comes from knowing when to remain still. As the seasons passed, Sila grew. His brilliant white coat slowly began to change, preparing him for life in the open ocean. Yet even as his body transformed, his quiet nature remained unchanged. Migrating birds often landed nearby during their long journeys across the Arctic. Tiny snow crystals gathered upon his fur like scattered diamonds. He watched the changing sky with calm curiosity, never rushing to understand it, never demanding answers. The Arctic itself became his teacher. From the shifting ice he learned adaptability. From the endless darkness of winter he learned patience. From the returning sunlight he learned hope. During one particularly long season, the frozen world seemed harsher than ever. Storms arrived more frequently. The winds howled for days without rest. Many animals fought desperately for shelter and survival. Sila observed them from his place upon the ice. He saw fear driving creatures into exhaustion. He saw competition turning neighbors into rivals. He saw the endless struggle to control things that could never truly be controlled. And gradually, a deep compassion began to grow within him. He understood that life was not a race to conquer the Arctic. It was an invitation to belong to it. While others searched endlessly for certainty, Sila learned to trust the currents beneath him. While others fought against change, he allowed himself to drift with it. He became less concerned with where the ice would carry him and more attentive to the beauty of the journey itself. Years passed like snowflakes carried away by the wind. The playful pup who once gazed curiously at the world became a mature seal whose eyes carried the quiet wisdom of countless Arctic seasons. His fur was no longer as brilliantly white as before, and his movements had become slower, but there was a serenity within him that had only deepened with time. On clear nights, he would rest near the edge of the ice and watch the northern lights ripple across the heavens. Green and silver waves danced above him, reflected in the frozen sea below. In those moments, the boundary between sky, ocean, and ice seemed to disappear. Everything became one. The Arctic wind. The drifting ice. The stars above. The sea below. And Sila. One misty morning, as a gentle fog rolled across the frozen landscape, Sila returned to a place he had always loved. It was a quiet stretch of ice overlooking an endless expanse of water. Here he had spent countless hours watching the horizon, listening to the breathing of the ocean. He settled into the snow and closed his eyes. There was no fear. No struggle. No regret. Only gratitude. Gratitude for every sunrise that had painted the ice with gold. Gratitude for every storm that had taught resilience. Gratitude for every moment of silence that had revealed the hidden music of the Arctic. As he rested, the sea continued its eternal rhythm. Waves moved gently beneath the ice. Snow drifted softly through the air. The world carried on exactly as it always had. And somehow, that was beautiful. For Sila had never wished to dominate this frozen kingdom. He had only wished to be part of it. Though his small life would eventually fade into the endless story of the North, the lessons he embodied remained behind. His calmness lingered in the stillness of the ice. His patience echoed in the slow movement of glaciers. His quiet acceptance flowed within the dark waters beneath the frozen surface. Even now, if you imagine yourself standing alone beneath the Arctic sky, surrounded by silence and snow, you may feel something of his presence. A reminder that not every moment requires urgency. A reminder that peace can exist even in the harshest environments. A reminder that there is strength in gentleness and wisdom in stillness. As the long Arctic night settles across the frozen sea, allow these thoughts to rest beside you. Let the cold purity of the North wash away the noise of the day. Let the drifting ice carry your worries far beyond the horizon. And perhaps, somewhere in your dreams, you will find yourself walking across a quiet field of snow beneath dancing northern lights. There, beside a silent stretch of frozen ocean, you may catch sight of a small white harp seal resting peacefully upon the ice. Not lost. Not alone. Simply at home within the vast and beautiful silence of the world. Deep within the shadowed heart of the Amazon rainforest, where sunlight struggles to penetrate the dense, breathing canopy, there exists a form of life that has elevated embrace into the most refined survival strategy imaginable, and the boa constrictor, adorned with intricate and almost mythical patterns across its ancient body, is a creature that commands silence wherever it goes. In its stillness lies a presence so profound that the entire forest seems to pause in recognition. And tonight, follow this narration and descend into that humid, vapor-soaked wilderness. We will explore how this silent sovereign of the rainforest constructs its kingdom not through chaos, but through patience, pressure, and absolute composure. And may the calmness of this primordial forest wash over you like nightfall itself, gently carrying away the unrest and noise accumulated through the day. Is there a kind of life that can merge strength and restraint so seamlessly that it resembles breathing itself? And the boa constrictor embodies the purest expression of patience, an existence that does not rush, does not demand, and does not chase. Instead, it waits. And when the decisive moment finally arrives, it writes its philosophy of survival in the subtle tightening of its crimson-tinted tail and the silent unfolding of its power. In an age where everything competes to move faster, to claim more, to arrive first, the boa's almost eternal composure feels like a forgotten wisdom resurfacing from the depths of time. And dim the lights for a moment, and allow this mysterious stillness of the rainforest to flow slowly into your thoughts, loosening the grip of everything you no longer need to carry. While all other creatures rush through the fractures of the forest in a desperate pursuit of survival, there exists one that chooses instead to coil itself at the boundary of light and shadow, becoming the quiet arbiter of this living world. And the boa constrictor, with its exquisitely complex scale patterns, is not merely disguised by nature, it is defined by its interpretation of survival itself. And tonight, we step into its realm to understand how one might preserve inner stability amid relentless chaos, learning from a being that turns stillness into a form of strength. And let this gentle narration from the depths of the jungle repair the fragments of focus scattered by the pace of modern life, and guide you back toward a more centered sense of self. Script_sections. Section_title, Prologue. Content. In the deepest reaches of the Amazon rainforest, where humidity lingers like an eternal breath and even sunlight struggles to reach the forest floor, there exists a creature that has perfected the art of silence. And the boa constrictor, when it slowly coils its massive body among ancient branches draped in dense green, ceases to be merely an animal, it becomes a living shadow, an embodiment of law without words. And many struggle to understand why such a powerful apex predator relies on a strategy that appears almost passive, almost detached from emotion, enduring long periods of still, patient waiting without hesitation. And yet beneath this seemingly paradoxical behavior lies a vast philosophy, one built upon restraint, timing, and the absolute precision of energy expenditure. And this is not a tale of violent carnage or uncontrolled instinct. It is a story of how the boa constrictor, within the ever-shifting ecological tapestry of the rainforest, transforms patience into a form of sovereignty. It does not merely survive, it integrates itself into the rhythm of the forest itself, absorbing humidity, shadow, and movement into its very being. And tonight, we will not analyze mechanics or biology in a clinical sense. Instead, we will observe how this creature turns waiting into ritual, and stillness into a quiet declaration of power. As the outside world grows silent and your breath begins to slow, follow me into this world of green darkness, where the red-threaded sovereign of the forest reveals a philosophy of presence without noise. And may this moment bring you a rare sense of order and peace amid the turbulence of thought. Section_title, Chapter 1. Content. His name is Ika. In this vast, endless rainforest, he is but one thread woven into an ancient and intricate pattern of life. And for Ika, the most important moment of each day is not the pursuit of prey or the assertion of dominance, but the search for the perfect resting point high within the canopy, where fractured sunlight filters through leaves and predators pass without notice. And this devotion to position is not random, it is a silent contract with the forest itself. Between thick leaves and towering trunks, he feels the rainforest's pulse, a slow, humid rhythm that resembles the heartbeat of the earth. And he remembers a rare season when the rains became overwhelming, and the entire forest seemed to groan under the weight of water. Smaller creatures panicked, scattering into mud and chaos, while Ika remained motionless, pressed tightly against a cold branch. And he did not resist the storm. Instead, he surrendered his awareness into stillness, allowing rain to wash over his patterned skin as if he had become part of the wood itself. In those moments, he was not simply resting on a branch, he was participating in a deeper symbiosis with the rainforest, feeling its ancient continuity flowing through him. And over time, restraint became his foundation. He did not compete, he did not cry out, he simply reduced his presence to the minimum required for existence. Nan slowly, he realized that those who fought blindly against the forest's logic were often the first to disappear. Only those who understood stillness could truly perceive its laws. N through years of quiet endurance, IKA became something between shadow and substance, a living imprint of the forest's slow breath, observing its cycles without resistance. Title, Chapter 2. Content. As Ika's vigilance deepened, a force often described as sovereign solitude began to crystallize within him, an immense stillness that carried both weight and clarity. N tiny wandering insects sometimes mistook his patterned body for temporary shelter, and spores drifting through the air settled lightly across his scales and eyes. Yet he remained unmoved, immersed in a state that resembled deep meditation. N with each passing season, this internal tension transformed rather than faded. IKA no longer sought acknowledgement from any other creature, for the forest itself had become his language, his companion, and his mirror. And during one long dry season, he experienced a profound exhaustion, not of pain, but of return. A sinking into the essence of existence itself, stripped of urgency and desire. And he watched monkeys race through branches, fighting over scattered fruit, driven by instinctive competition. And for a brief moment, something like compassion emerged within him, not judgment, but distance. And he understood that the destiny of the boa constrictor was not to participate in chaos, but to become a fixed coordinate within it, a silent reminder that stillness itself can be the highest form of strength. And through this realization, IKA learned to transform every fluctuation of the forest into part of his own flowing presence, allowing anxiety to dissolve into his slow, deliberate rhythm. And he never became a hero in the traditional sense, but within this accelerating jungle, he became something rarer, a guardian of slowness, and a living anchor of balance. Title, Chapter 3. Content. Time inevitably left its marks upon IKA. The once vivid precision of his patterns softened with age, and his gaze, once sharp and responsive to every shift in light, became veiled in a quiet haze of distance. And he no longer adjusted his coils with the frequency of youth. Instead, he chose the deepest core of the largest tree, a place where wind barely reached and light arrived only in fragments, to rest and conserve what little energy remained. In this state, he found an unexpected liberation. He was no longer bound by the logic of survival competition, nor by the endless demands of adaptation. He had become part of the forest itself, an unspoken presence embedded in its structure. None mist-filled morning, IKA settled into a familiar hollow at the edge of an ancient trunk, not as escape, but as completion. His long existence folded gently into itself, like a story returning to its first line. And there was no struggle, no resistance, only a quiet merging with the surrounding world. The rainforest did not react dramatically. It simply continued breathing, as it always had. And yet something subtle remained, a sense of order, a frequency of calm that lingered in the spaces he once occupied. And though IKA had faded from visible presence, he had not disappeared. He had been absorbed into the forest's rhythm, becoming an invisible constant within its living equilibrium. Title, Epilogue. Content. When the last traces of twilight dissolve above the rainforest canopy, the world returns once again to its ancient silence, and Ika's life settles into the deep continuity of nature itself. And to speak of the boa constrictor is to speak of a way of existing that refuses urgency, refuses fragmentation, and refuses to be reshaped by chaos. And no matter where you find yourself, in noise, in pressure, in uncertainty, remember the quiet posture of IKA, the sovereign of stillness who held his ground not through force, but through unwavering presence. And this kind of strength is not loud. It is not aggressive. Yet it persists longer than fire, deeper than motion, and more steadily than fear. And let this story settle within you as night deepens, softening the edges of thought. And as sleep approaches, imagine yourself stepping into that humid green world, where time moves slowly and all things return to rhythm. And rest now. The world has quieted. All tensions dissolve into the slow pulse of the forest. May your night be calm, grounded, and deeply restorative. Deep within a rainforest washed endlessly by warm tropical rains, there exists a creature that has transformed itself into a living sculpture of flowing emerald. The green tree python, an elegant recluse resting high among the forest canopy, demonstrates through its extraordinary stillness what it truly means to remain composed while keeping a respectful distance from the chaos of the world. Tonight, join me as we descend into the cool shadows beneath the rainforest leaves and explore this serpent's long journey of patience, silence, and surrender. May the tranquility carried from the heart of the tropics gently brush away the dust gathered upon your thoughts and offer you a sense of peace before sleep. Is there a way of living that resembles the growth of a tree, yet possesses a sensitivity far beyond any rooted plant? The life of the green tree python is perhaps one of nature's greatest lessons in patience. Without hurry or ambition, it blends its perfect curves into the folds of branches and leaves, becoming almost indistinguishable from the forest itself. In an era where everyone seems desperate to prove their worth, the python's quiet and unassuming presence may reflect the calm that so many of us secretly long for. Dim the lights, settle into stillness, and allow the restraint and quiet dignity of the rainforest to slowly enter your dreams, helping you set aside every mask you have worn throughout the day. While countless creatures race endlessly through the forest in search of survival, opportunity, and advantage, one being chooses instead to suspend its life among the branches and become a silent guardian of stillness. The green tree python's brilliant emerald color serves as more than camouflage. It is a reflection of its devotion to order, balance, and timeless principles. Tonight, we will step into its world and discover how it maintains an almost eternal sense of stability amid constant change. May this gentle story from nature help mend the fragments of focus worn away by life's endless demands and guide you back toward the quiet center of your own heart. Prologue. Within a rainforest so vast and humid that it seems to stretch endlessly beyond sight, there emerged a creature that mastered the art of disappearing. When the green tree python carefully drapes its emerald body across a weathered branch several meters above the forest floor, it ceases to look like a snake at all. Instead, it becomes a masterpiece sculpted by the rainforest itself. Many people find it difficult to understand why such a capable predator would choose a lifestyle defined by near-complete stillness. Even when prey moves within striking distance, it often remains motionless, conserving every ounce of energy. Yet hidden behind this seemingly impossible strategy lies a profound lesson about time, patience, and waiting. This is not a tale of violence or conquest. It is the story of how the green tree python transformed restraint into dignity and survival into a lifelong meditation. Through months and years of quiet observation, it allows the rhythms of the rainforest to become part of its very being. The shifting light, the changing humidity, the movement of the wind through distant leaves, all become woven into its awareness. Tonight, we will not discuss biological efficiency or ecological theory. Instead, we will explore the sacred ritual of stillness practiced by this remarkable serpent. As the world outside your window grows quieter and your breathing becomes slower, follow me into this emerald kingdom and discover the silent philosophy hidden among the branches. Chapter 1. His name was Silas. Among countless green shadows stretching across the rainforest canopy, he was only one small emerald thread woven into the vast tapestry of life. For Silas, the most important task each day was not hunting. It was finding the perfect branch, a place where gentle rain could nourish him while harsh sunlight remained filtered through layers of leaves. This devotion to hanging among the branches became a silent agreement between himself and the forest. Within tangled vines and ancient limbs, he felt the slow pulse of the rainforest. It was a rhythm older than memory, deep and steady like the heartbeat of the earth itself. He remembered a particularly violent rainy season. Winds roared through the canopy, branches groaned, and frightened birds fled downward toward the forest floor. Yet Silas remained where he was. He tightened every muscle around the branch beneath him, closed his eyes, and surrendered himself to the storm. As rain battered his scales, he felt something extraordinary, not fear, but connection. He was no longer merely resting upon a branch. He had become part of the forest's resilience. His caution became the foundation of his survival. He did not compete. He did not panic. With every breath, he allowed his presence to become smaller and quieter. Gradually, Silas realized that creatures consumed by greed and fear often became victims of the jungle's harsh laws. Only those who remained aware could truly understand the deeper patterns governing life. Over time, he became like a living emerald, a jewel capable of breathing, sensing, and appreciating the rich tropical air while silently observing the endless cycle of existence. Chapter 2. As the years passed, Silas grew increasingly silent. A unique power began to gather within him, a force that could only be described as tropical solitude. Tiny migrating insects occasionally landed upon his scales. Dust-like particles drifted through the air and settled around his eyes. Yet he remained undisturbed, immersed in a state so peaceful it resembled meditation. The rainforest itself became his language. The overlapping shadows of leaves, the distant calls of unseen animals, and the steady rhythm of changing seasons replaced any need for companionship. During one particularly long dry season, Silas experienced a profound weariness. It was not suffering. Instead, it felt like a gradual return to something ancient and essential. He watched troops of monkeys racing through the canopy, fighting over fruit and territory. Their endless struggles stirred within him not envy, but compassion. He began to understand that the purpose of a green tree python's life was not simply to grow larger or survive longer. Its true purpose was to become a pause within a noisy world. A reminder that stopping may sometimes be more powerful than moving. Through this realization, Silas learned to transform himself into a flowing emerald shadow among the branches, allowing anxiety and urgency to dissolve into the timeless slowness of the forest. He never became a hero. Yet he became something perhaps even more valuable, a guardian of dignity in a world increasingly consumed by speed. Chapter 3. Time eventually left its marks upon Silas. The brilliant velvet green scales of his youth grew darker and more subdued. His eyes, once sharp as polished obsidian, now carried a gentle haze that softened the distant patterns of light moving through the canopy. He no longer shifted positions as often as he had when young. Instead, he chose a place deep within the branches, close to the heartwood and sheltered from the strongest winds. There he spent his remaining days quietly absorbing the final traces of moonlight filtering through the leaves. For the first time, he was completely free. No competition. No urgency. No obligation to prove himself. He had become part of the rainforest itself, a living expression of nature's most peaceful truth. One misty morning, wrapped in drifting rain and silence, Silas settled into sleep at the edge of a branch where he had spent countless evenings watching the forest breathe. He did not choose this place to escape the cold. He chose it because it felt like the perfect ending to a very long dream. In that final moment, his life aligned completely with the rhythms of the earth. The rainforest did not tremble. The forest did not mourn. Only tiny droplets of rain swayed gently between the leaves, as though whispering a farewell to their emerald guardian. Though Silas disappeared, the peace he cultivated remained behind. His ability to preserve his boundaries within a turbulent world became part of the forest itself. He was gone. And yet he was everywhere. Present in every quiet branch, every drifting shadow, and every moment of stillness beneath the stars. Epilogue. As the final rays of sunlight faded beyond the edge of the rainforest, the jungle returned once again to its eternal silence. Silas's life settled into memory like a single drop of dew sinking quietly into the forest floor. In truth, the story of the green tree python is not merely about a snake. It is about learning how to create space for calm within a restless world. It is about protecting the right to move at your own pace and refusing to let yourself be defined by the speed of others. Whatever pressures surround you tonight, remember Silas. Remember the way he held tightly to his branch and maintained his own rhythm regardless of the storms around him. That kind of strength is more enduring than fire. Like an emerald suspended among the trees, it shines quietly without demanding attention. As the night grows deeper, allow these images of leaves, rain-soaked branches, forest air, and gentle restraint to settle softly within your heart. Do not fear the unknown future. As long as you remain connected to your own inner rhythm, you possess the strength to move through any challenge. May your dreams carry you beyond distant horizons and into that peaceful rainforest realm where Silas still waits among the emerald shadows. Sleep now. Every pursuit has come to rest. Every worry can dissolve into stillness. May your night be gentle, your mind be calm, and your dreams be filled with enduring peace. Deep within a forest still drenched after rain, where moisture rises like breath and every leaf glows with renewed life, there exists a creature that has turned itself into a leaf, an eternally silent leaf suspended in time, and the green vine snake, an emerald-colored phantom of the canopy, moves through the most luxuriant seasons of the forest like a living fragment of vegetation. Its body, almost translucent green, blends seamlessly into the world of stems and vines, establishing an unspoken equilibrium with everything around it. Tonight, follow me into that rain-soaked wilderness. Let us step gently into the dew-laden greenery and observe its restrained, gentle rhythm of existence. And may this narrative of withdrawal, observation, and profound stillness bring a cooling calm to your spirit amid the noise of the night. There are creatures that choose sharpness and confrontation as their language with the world, but the green vine snake chooses another path entirely, one of dissolution into green, of becoming indistinguishable from the plants themselves. It rejects violence in all its forms. Instead, it carries a pair of clear, almost glass-like eyes that seem to understand the forest not as a battlefield, but as a quiet, ancient system of balance. In an age defined by competition and acceleration, its almost weightless composure and retreating wisdom feel like a forgotten sanctuary buried deep within our collective longing. And let this restrained narration, accompanied by the fragrance of rain-washed leaves, gently cleanse the dust of your day and guide you toward an inner green refuge. If life is an unavoidable journey, then the green vine snake is perhaps the most graceful traveler within this vast forest. Its emerald body is not merely camouflage, it is an expression of its deepest desire for stillness and harmony with the living world. Tonight, we will not speak of predation or violence. Instead, we will linger in the quiet drama unfolding among vines and branches, and explore its intimate bond with the damp earth after rainfall. And let this soft narration, flowing like nighttime mist, carry away your anxieties and guide you toward a tranquil and restorative sleep. Script_sections. Section_title, Prologue. Content: When the first mist rises after rain and the forest begins to shimmer with suspended droplets, light itself seems to tremble upon every leaf. In such a world, there exists a being that erases itself with perfect subtlety. And the green vine snake, known as Fae in this narrative, is a creature whose entire existence resembles an ongoing experiment in disappearance. Cloaked in emerald hues and possessing a gentle, almost jade-like temperament, it has transformed silence into its defining form of art. NWE often associate snakes with danger, constriction, or cold predatory instinct, yet this species stands apart as a complete contradiction, an embodiment of softness that dissolves fear rather than intensifies it. It does not truly vanish. Instead, it performs the role of a leaf with such precision that even the most perceptive predators lose interest, as if the boundary between creature and vegetation has been erased entirely. And this is not mere camouflage, it is survival refined into color, texture, and stillness. A biological philosophy written not in movement, but in restraint. And tonight, do not treat this as a biological record. It is instead a story of how the green vine snake transforms every moment of stillness into resonance with the earth itself. It moves between reality and illusion with a fragility that is, paradoxically, its greatest strength. Nas your breath slows and the night deepens. Follow me into this damp forest realm, where Fae, the child of green, reveals a philosophy of quiet existence beneath the canopy. And let this restrained tenderness settle over you like mist, softening the turbulence of your day and guiding you toward a deeper rest. Section_title, Chapter 1. Content: His name is Fae. In this forest, painted anew by every shifting season, his emerald body is the most precise language he possesses to communicate with the world. Fae's first act of concealment occurred at the break of an early summer dawn, when a curious songbird descended too close, its presence slicing through the fragile silence of morning. In that moment, Fae did not flee. There was no panic, no rush. Instead, he instinctively extended his slender body along a narrow branch, aligning every curve of his form with the surrounding foliage until his color dissolved into the living green. And this stillness was not fear. It was an evolutionary decision refined across countless generations, a calculation that survival is sometimes achieved not through escape, but through perfect erasure. And he even imitated the subtle tremor of leaves stirred by morning wind, transforming himself into a convincing fragment of the forest's own breathing rhythm. And the bird hopped nearby, unaware of the presence so carefully disguised beside it. Morning mist drifted through the canopy, brushing against his scales, yet Faye remained completely motionless, understanding instinctively that this silence was not an interruption of life, but its continuation. N When the bird eventually departed, frustrated by the absence of prey or disturbance, Faye slowly turned his gaze toward the dew-covered world. N That quiet return to awareness. He experienced a faint sense of release, the realization that concealment was not defeat, but the purest form of alignment with the forest's logic. Title, Chapter 2. Content. If Faye's first concealment was instinctive, then over time it matured into something closer to an art form, an adaptive choreography performed across changing light, humidity, and shadow. N He learned to read the forest's palette, adjusting his stillness to match the surrounding greens, browns, and shifting tones of decay and renewal. Sometimes he coiled tightly into the shadows, at other times, he stretched himself delicately along vines, becoming indistinguishable from the forest's own structure. N There was a moment when he encountered a wildfire creeping through the forest edges. Heat surged through the air like an invisible blade, consuming everything in its path. In that confrontation, even silence felt fragile. Faye did not attempt to fight. Instead, he sought refuge in the dampest reaches of the canopy, pressing himself against moisture-laden branches, using every trace of humidity as a shield against destruction. In that experience, he realized that every act of concealment was also a negotiation with the boundaries of existence itself. He was not merely surviving, he was testing how far life could retreat before it ceased to be visible yet remained intact. Over time, he became less of a participant in the forest's struggles and more of an observer of its unfolding logic. He no longer needed recognition from others of his kind, for the forest itself had become his only audience. He moved through this living world like a quiet director of a vast, ongoing performance, one in which stillness was not absence, but the deepest form of presence. Title, Chapter 3. Content. Time, inevitably, left its subtle marks upon Faye. His once bright emerald tones softened with age, carrying a deeper, more muted resonance, while his eyes, once sharp with youthful curiosity, became layered with calm reflection. He no longer adjusted his position frequently. Instead, he chose a stable resting place within the oldest branches, where light arrived only in fragments and wind barely disturbed the silence. In this reduced rhythm of existence, he discovered a profound liberation. He was no longer bound by the urgency of concealment or the tension of survival. He had become part of the forest structure itself, a quiet note within its endless composition. He watched generations of life move rapidly beneath him, insects scattering, birds calling, storms passing. Yet none of it disturbed his inner stillness. Instead, he felt an expanding compassion, not sorrow, but understanding of the forest's continuous motion. None night, under a sky washed in post-rain silver, Faye felt a rare exhaustion that carried no pain, only completion. He settled into a moist branch, the softest he could find, and allowed his body to relax fully for what felt like the final time. And there was no struggle. Only surrender to continuity. The forest did not mourn or react, it simply continued breathing. Yet something remained, an invisible trace of order, a quiet rhythm embedded in the spaces he once occupied, as if the forest itself remembered his stillness. And though Faye faded from sight, he did not disappear. He became a permanent part of the forest's memory, an unseen constant within its living equilibrium. Title, Epilogue. Content. When the final light of dusk dissolves into the horizon and the forest returns once again to its ancient silence, Faye's existence merges into the continuity of the land like a droplet absorbed into endless green. And to speak of the green vine snake is to speak of a philosophy that resists acceleration, fragmentation, and forceful definition. Moments when your world feels crowded, restless, or uncertain, remember Faye, the quiet figure who once became a leaf to remain whole within. Chaos. And he did not oppose the world, nor did he surrender to it. Instead, he moved through cycles of concealment and emergence until he became something unnameable yet enduring. And this form of strength is subtle, but it persists longer than resistance and cuts deeper than force. It is like a seed resting beneath damp soil, quietly sustaining the possibility of calm. Tonight, let this story rest within you like a soft green light. Let the imagery of concealment, rain, and renewal guide you toward a more peaceful inner landscape. May you, in your dreams, move with the same quiet assurance through unknown paths, holding within yourself a space that remains untouched by turmoil. /N Sleep now. All seeking has settled. All tension dissolves into the slow breath of the forest. May your night be gentle, deep, and restorative. In a world that never seems to slow down, there exists a creature that has quietly mastered the art of stillness. High above the forest floor, where the scent of eucalyptus drifts through the warm Australian air, a koala rests among the branches. It does not chase opportunities. It does not compete for attention. It does not rush toward tomorrow. Instead, it lives according to a rhythm so slow and deliberate that it feels almost untouched by time itself. For many people, the koala appears to be little more than a sleepy animal clinging to a tree. Yet beneath those half-closed eyes lies a different kind of wisdom. In a world obsessed with movement, productivity, and endless achievement, the koala has become a quiet reminder that there is value in simply being. This is the story of Archie, a koala whose life unfolded among the towering eucalyptus forests. It is not a tale of conquest or survival against impossible odds. It is a story about peace, patience, and the rare ability to remain calm while everything around you changes. From the moment Archie was young, he seemed different from the other creatures that shared the forest. While birds darted between branches and wallabies raced through the undergrowth, Archie spent long hours studying the world from above. His favorite place was a sturdy eucalyptus tree that stood at the edge of a small clearing. There, he would wrap his arms around the trunk and settle into a position that felt perfectly balanced, as though the tree itself had been waiting for him. The forest was never truly silent. Insects buzzed beneath the leaves. Distant birds called to one another across the canopy. Wind whispered through the branches. Yet Archie found comfort in these sounds. To him, they were not distractions but part of a larger rhythm that connected every living thing. One evening, a powerful storm swept across the forest. Dark clouds swallowed the sky, and thunder echoed through the hills. Animals fled in every direction searching for shelter. Branches bent violently beneath the wind, and rain poured from the heavens in silver sheets. Archie did not run. Instead, he tightened his grip on the tree and closed his eyes. As the storm raged around him, he felt the ancient strength of the trunk beneath his paws. The tree swayed but never broke. Through it, Archie sensed something profound. Strength was not always found in resistance. Sometimes true strength came from remaining grounded while chaos passed overhead. By dawn, the storm had disappeared. The forest emerged glistening beneath the morning sun. Birds returned to their songs. Small animals ventured from hiding. Life continued exactly as it always had. Archie simply opened his eyes and watched. As the years passed, he became known throughout the forest for his unusual calmness. Tiny insects crawled through his fur without disturbing him. Birds occasionally landed beside him to rest. Even the changing seasons seemed unable to shake his steady nature. There was something about his presence that made the forest feel quieter. While other animals worried about territory, competition, and uncertainty, Archie remained focused on what was directly before him. A warm patch of sunlight. The scent of fresh eucalyptus leaves. The gentle movement of clouds drifting across the sky. Many creatures mistook his stillness for laziness. They assumed he lacked ambition or curiosity. Yet if they had looked more closely, they would have noticed that Archie saw things they often missed. He noticed the subtle shift in the wind before rain arrived. He noticed the first leaves changing color with the seasons. He noticed the way moonlight transformed the forest into an entirely different world after sunset. Because he was not rushing through life, he experienced details that others overlooked. One particularly dry season brought challenges to the forest. Water became scarce. Food was harder to find. Tension spread among the animals as resources dwindled. Yet even during those difficult months, Archie remained composed. Each day he climbed carefully through the canopy, conserving energy and moving only when necessary. He understood something many creatures struggled to accept: panic rarely solved problems. Calm observation often revealed solutions that fear could not. His quiet confidence became a source of comfort for those around him. Young animals would sometimes settle near his tree, finding reassurance simply from sharing the same space. They could not explain why, but his presence seemed to make the world feel less threatening. Years flowed onward like a slow river. The once young koala gradually grew older. His fur lost some of its softness. His movements became more deliberate. The leaps that had once carried him effortlessly between branches now required greater care. Still, his spirit remained unchanged. If anything, age deepened his appreciation for the simple beauty surrounding him. He spent long afternoons resting near the highest branches where sunlight filtered through the leaves in golden streams. From there, he could see vast stretches of forest extending toward the horizon. He watched generations of birds come and go. He watched seedlings grow into towering trees. He watched storms arrive and disappear. And through it all, he remained. One misty autumn morning, Archie climbed to his favorite branch, the same place where he had spent countless peaceful hours throughout his life. The air carried the familiar scent of eucalyptus. A gentle breeze moved through the canopy. Everything felt exactly as it should. There was no fear. No regret. Only a quiet sense of completion. As he settled against the branch, the forest seemed to embrace him one final time. Leaves rustled softly above. Sunlight flickered through the trees. Somewhere in the distance, a bird began to sing. Archie closed his eyes. In that moment, he became indistinguishable from the forest itself. The trees continued growing. The wind continued blowing. Life continued moving forward. Yet something of Archie remained behind. Perhaps it lingered in the branches that had supported him for so many years. Perhaps it lived within the gentle rhythm of the forest. Or perhaps it survived as a lesson carried silently through nature itself. A reminder that not every journey must be fast. Not every success must be loud. Not every life must be measured by how much it accomplishes. Sometimes the greatest achievement is learning how to remain at peace while the world rushes past. As night falls and the forest settles into darkness, the memory of that quiet koala continues to drift through the eucalyptus trees like a gentle breeze. And if you listen closely enough, you may hear his message hidden within the rustling leaves. Slow down. Breathe deeply. Hold on to what truly matters. The world will keep turning whether you rush or not. Like Archie, you can choose to meet it with patience, grace, and a calm heart. Tonight, as you close your eyes and allow sleep to carry you away, imagine yourself beneath those ancient trees. Feel the cool air. Hear the distant sounds of the forest. Let every worry become lighter with each breath. And somewhere high among the branches, where moonlight touches the leaves and silence feels endless, a gentle old koala still watches over the forest, reminding every restless soul that peace has been there all along, quietly waiting to be found. In the vast and sun-scorched heart of the Sahara, where endless waves of sand stretch beyond the horizon and the air shimmers beneath a relentless sky, there lives a creature whose presence seems almost too delicate for such a harsh world. The fennec fox, with its oversized ears and graceful movements, drifts across the desert like a living whisper. While many creatures battle the wilderness with strength or speed, the fennec survives through awareness, patience, and an extraordinary sensitivity to the world around it. Tonight, imagine yourself beneath a sky overflowing with stars. The heat of the day has finally surrendered to the coolness of the desert night. The dunes glow silver beneath the moonlight, and the silence feels deep enough to touch. Somewhere among those rolling hills of sand, a young fennec fox named Silas emerges from his burrow. Silas is not the strongest animal in the desert, nor the fastest. He does not command fear or admiration through power. Instead, he survives through attention. His enormous ears are always listening, collecting the faintest sounds carried across the sand. The desert speaks in subtle ways. A distant beetle crawling beneath the surface. The shifting of grains carried by a passing breeze. The quiet footsteps of another traveler moving through the darkness. For Silas, every night begins not with action but with observation. Before taking a single step, he sits quietly at the entrance of his burrow. He listens. He studies the wind. He watches the shadows cast by the moon. In a world where one careless movement can mean danger, patience has become his greatest teacher. The desert often appears empty to those who glance at it from afar. Yet Silas knows better. Beneath every dune lies a hidden world. Tiny insects tunnel through the sand. Reptiles rest beneath warm stones. Seeds wait patiently for the rare gift of rain. Life exists everywhere, concealed beneath layers of silence. As the years passed, Silas learned to trust this silence. He discovered that the desert was not empty at all. It was simply speaking a language that required stillness to understand. One evening, a powerful sandstorm swept across the Sahara. The sky darkened long before sunset. Winds howled across the dunes, erasing footprints and reshaping the landscape. Many animals rushed to find shelter. Some panicked as familiar landmarks disappeared beneath moving walls of sand. Silas retreated deep into his burrow and waited. Hours passed. Then an entire night. The storm raged above him, but he remained calm. Curled safely underground, he listened to the earth itself. He felt the vibrations of the wind through the sand. He sensed the immense power of nature moving overhead. In that darkness, he realized something important. There are moments when survival is not about resisting change. It is about trusting that the storm will eventually pass. When dawn finally arrived, the desert looked entirely different. Dunes had shifted. Valleys had vanished. New ridges stretched across the horizon. Yet Silas emerged without fear. The world had changed, but his inner compass remained intact. As seasons drifted by, Silas became known among the hidden creatures of the desert. Not because he was famous or powerful, but because he possessed an unusual calmness. Migrating birds occasionally rested near his territory. Small rodents crossed his path during their nightly journeys. Even creatures that rarely trusted one another seemed less anxious in his presence. Perhaps it was because Silas never hurried. He moved through life with a rhythm that belonged entirely to himself. While others exhausted themselves chasing every opportunity, Silas understood the value of conserving energy. While others reacted to every disturbance, he chose carefully which sounds deserved his attention. The desert rewarded this wisdom. Its harsh environment left little room for waste. Every drop of water mattered. Every movement carried a cost. Every decision shaped the future. Slowly, Silas came to understand that sensitivity was not weakness. Many believed strength meant becoming harder, louder, or faster. Yet the fennec fox survived because it remained open. Its large ears gathered information. Its alert eyes noticed subtle changes. Its gentle footsteps disturbed almost nothing. The very traits that appeared fragile were the ones that allowed it to endure. One particularly dry season tested this lesson. Weeks passed without relief. The nights grew colder, and food became scarce. Competition intensified among the desert's inhabitants. Creatures fought over territory and resources. Tension spread across the landscape like an invisible fire. Silas watched it all. He saw how fear transformed behavior. He saw how desperation narrowed perception. Animals became so focused on immediate survival that they overlooked the larger rhythms of the desert. Yet he also noticed something else. Life continued. The stars still crossed the sky each night. The moon still rose above the dunes. Tiny flowers still waited beneath the sand for their chance to bloom. The desert was not ending. It was merely passing through another chapter. This realization brought him peace. Rather than allowing anxiety to consume him, Silas focused on what he could control. He listened carefully. He moved thoughtfully. He trusted the instincts that generations before him had passed down through silent memory. And little by little, the season changed. Years flowed onward like invisible rivers beneath the sand. The bright curiosity of youth softened into quiet wisdom. The silver glow of moonlit night seemed gentler now. The vast silence he once explored had become a familiar companion. Silas no longer traveled as far as he once had. He spent more time resting upon elevated dunes, gazing across the endless desert. Sometimes he would sit for hours, watching starlight spill across the horizon. There was no urgency in those moments. No destination. No ambition. Only presence. One cool morning, as the first hints of dawn touched the eastern sky, Silas climbed a dune he had visited countless times before. The sand beneath his paws felt familiar. The breeze carried scents he had known throughout his life. He sat quietly at the summit. Around him, the desert stretched endlessly in every direction. Above him, the heavens slowly brightened. For a long time, he simply listened. The wind moved softly across the dunes. A distant bird called to the morning. The earth exhaled another day. In that stillness, Silas seemed less like a visitor to the desert and more like part of it. The boundary between the fox and the landscape felt impossibly thin. He had spent a lifetime learning the language of this place, and now he belonged to it completely. The desert remained unchanged after he was gone. The dunes continued their endless migration. The stars continued their silent journeys. The wind continued to write temporary stories across the sand. Yet something of Silas endured. Not as a memory carved into stone, but as a feeling woven into the landscape itself. A reminder that gentleness can survive where force fails. A reminder that awareness is its own form of strength. A reminder that peace does not come from controlling the world around us, but from learning how to move through it with grace. And perhaps that is why the fennec fox continues to captivate those who encounter it. In a world that constantly demands speed, noise, and urgency, it offers another possibility. It teaches us that sensitivity is not a flaw. That stillness is not weakness. That listening can be more powerful than speaking. As night settles around you and the day finally loosens its grip, imagine that small fox once more beneath the endless Sahara sky. Imagine those great ears turned toward the wind, gathering stories carried across the desert. Imagine the calm certainty with which it greets each new dawn. May that quiet wisdom stay with you. May you carry a little of the desert's patience into your own life. And may you remember that even in the most uncertain landscapes, there is strength in remaining true to your own rhythm, listening carefully, and moving forward with a steady heart. In the heart of a northern forest buried beneath deep snow, where winter seems to linger forever and silence hangs between the trees like a veil, there lives a tiny creature that appears almost too gentle for such a harsh world. The silver-throated boosted is no larger than a snowball resting on a branch. Its feathers are soft and pale, blending seamlessly into the winter landscape. To many, it is simply a small bird. But to those who take the time to truly watch, it is something more. It is a reminder that warmth does not always come from strength, and that survival is not always a story of conquest. Tonight, as darkness settles beyond your window and the world begins to slow, imagine yourself stepping into this frozen woodland. Snowflakes drift quietly through the air. Frost sparkles on every branch. The forest breathes in slow, steady rhythms beneath the cold sky. Somewhere among the trees lives a small bird named Pip. Pip was not the strongest member of his flock, nor the fastest. He possessed no sharp talons, no powerful beak, and no impressive size to protect him from danger. Yet what he lacked in strength, he made up for with something far more valuable. He understood the importance of togetherness. Each winter morning, before the first rays of sunlight touched the snowy canopy, Pip would awaken among his companions. Their tiny bodies pressed closely together through the night, forming a living circle of warmth against the freezing air. For Pip, survival was never a solitary journey. While larger creatures depended on power, Bushtits depended on trust. He learned early in life that the cold was relentless. Snowstorms could arrive without warning. Food could disappear beneath thick blankets of ice. Temperatures could plunge so low that even the strongest animals struggled to endure. But there was one thing the winter could never freeze. Connection. On one particularly brutal night, the forest was struck by a blizzard unlike any Pip had ever experienced. Wind roared through the trees. Ice coated every branch. The temperature dropped with frightening speed. All around him, the world seemed determined to erase every sign of life. Pip and his companions gathered tightly together on a sheltered branch. Their feathers puffed outward, creating tiny pockets of warmth. One by one, they leaned against each other until they formed a single trembling cluster of white and silver. Outside, the storm raged. Inside their circle, there was peace. As Pip listened to the howl of the wind beyond the branches, he realized something important. The world often teaches creatures to compete. The forest was teaching him to belong. Years passed beneath endless winters and brief, shining summers. Pip grew older, and his understanding of life deepened with every season. He watched the migration of birds across distant skies. He saw foxes leave delicate footprints across fresh snow. He listened to rivers awaken beneath melting ice each spring. Yet no matter how much the forest changed, one truth remained constant. Nothing survived alone. The towering pines relied upon hidden roots connected beneath the soil. The streams relied upon snowmelt from distant mountains. Even the smallest creatures depended upon one another in ways they rarely understood. Pip began to see himself as part of something much larger than his own existence. He no longer measured life by achievement or possession. Instead, he measured it by moments. The warmth of companions during a storm. The first sunrise after a long winter night. The sound of snow settling softly onto branches. The brief sparkle of frost beneath moonlight. Many creatures spent their lives chasing certainty. Pip learned to appreciate mystery. Many spent their days racing toward the future. Pip learned to cherish the present. As the seasons continued their endless cycle, he became a quiet observer of the forest's hidden wisdom. There were days when food was scarce and challenges seemed overwhelming. During those moments, Pip noticed that panic only made survival harder. The creatures who exhausted themselves with fear often missed the opportunities directly in front of them. Patience, however, revealed possibilities. Stillness revealed solutions. Kindness revealed strength. This understanding transformed him. He became a source of calm for younger birds. During storms, they gathered near him. During uncertain migrations, they followed his example. Not because he commanded them, but because his quiet confidence offered reassurance. He never sought leadership. Yet wisdom has a way of attracting others. Eventually, the years began to leave their mark. Pip's feathers lost some of their youthful brightness. His flights became shorter. His movements grew slower and more deliberate. But age brought gifts of its own. He no longer felt compelled to rush. He no longer worried about proving himself. Instead, he spent long hours perched high among the trees, watching the forest breathe beneath him. From those heights, he observed the seasons unfolding like chapters in a familiar story. Snow gave way to rain. Rain gave way to blossoms. Blossoms gave way to falling leaves. And once again, winter returned. Each cycle seemed to whisper the same lesson. Nothing lasts forever. And because nothing lasts forever, every moment matters. One winter morning, after a night of gentle snowfall, Pip perched upon an old branch overlooking the forest. The world below was untouched and silent. Every tree wore a coat of white. Every shadow seemed softer. The rising sun painted the snow with gold and silver light. Pip sat quietly, surrounded by a beauty so vast that words could never fully contain it. For a long time, he simply watched. He listened to the distant creak of frozen branches. He felt the cool air moving through his feathers. He watched snowflakes drift lazily through the morning light. In that moment, there was nowhere else he needed to be. Nothing else he needed to become. The forest had given him everything he needed to understand. Life was not a race. It was a relationship. A relationship with time. With nature. With others. With oneself. The years continued their gentle passage, and eventually Pip became part of the forest's memory. The snow continued to fall. The winds continued to wander through the trees. New generations of Bushtits filled the branches with movement and song. Yet something of Pip remained. Not as a voice. Not as a story carved into stone. but as a feeling. A quiet warmth hidden within the cold. A reminder that gentleness is not weakness. That kindness can endure even the harshest winters. That togetherness can create light in the darkest seasons. As night settles around you now, perhaps you can carry that lesson with you. The modern world often rewards speed, urgency, and constant motion. But the tiny silver-throated Bushtit offers another path. A slower path. A softer path. A path where strength is measured not by how much you conquer, but by how much warmth you share. So allow your thoughts to settle like snow upon a quiet branch. Let your worries drift away with the winter wind. And as sleep slowly approaches, imagine yourself standing in that silent forest beneath a sky filled with stars. Somewhere among the snow-covered trees, a tiny bird rests peacefully beside its companions. The forest is quiet. The storm has passed. And for this moment, everything is exactly as it should be. In the vast and desolate heart of the Gobi Desert, where endless dunes stretch beneath a sky crowded with stars, there lives a creature so delicate that it seems less like an animal and more like a fragment of moonlight that has fallen into the sand. The long-eared jerboa is one of the desert's most remarkable inhabitants. With ears that seem impossibly large for its tiny body and eyes dark enough to reflect the entire night sky, it moves through the wilderness like a whispered secret. While most creatures battle the desert through strength, speed, or aggression, the jerboa survives through awareness. Its greatest gift is not power. It is sensitivity. Tonight, as the world outside gradually grows quiet, imagine yourself stepping into this forgotten landscape. The air is cool. The sand holds the memory of the day's heat. Above, countless stars burn silently against the darkness. Somewhere among the rolling dunes, a small figure waits, listening. His name is Silas. Among his kind, Silas was known not for being the fastest or the strongest, but for being the most attentive. Every sound mattered to him. Every shift in the wind carried meaning. Every vibration beneath the sand told a story. For Silas, survival was not about chasing opportunities. It was about understanding the world before the world revealed itself. Each evening, as the desert awakened from the day's scorching heat, Silas would emerge from his burrow. While other animals rushed to search for food, he often paused for several moments, completely still. His large ears tilted toward the darkness, collecting information invisible to everyone else. The desert was never truly silent. Beneath the apparent stillness were countless hidden movements. A beetle crawling beneath the sand. A distant owl gliding through the darkness. A fox stepping lightly across a nearby ridge. To most creatures, these sounds were nothing. To Silas, they were an entire language. Over time, he learned that the desert rewarded patience far more than haste. One night, a fierce sandstorm swept across the Gobi without warning. The horizon vanished behind towering walls of dust. Winds screamed through the valleys between the dunes. Countless animals fled underground in panic. Silas felt the storm approaching long before it arrived. He found shelter beside a weathered rock and pressed himself against the earth. Instead of fighting the storm, he allowed it to pass around him. He listened to the roar of the wind and felt the ancient rhythm of the desert beneath him. In those moments, he realized something that would shape the rest of his life. The strongest creatures often spent their lives resisting the world. The wisest creatures learned when to become part of it. Years passed beneath endless cycles of stars and seasons. Silas grew older, and with age came a deeper understanding of solitude. The desert was a place of vast distances. Encounters with others were brief. Friendships often lasted only a night before the winds carried travelers elsewhere. Yet he never felt abandoned. The dunes became his companions. The moon became his guide. Even the shifting shadows cast by distant cliffs felt familiar. On many nights, he would sit atop a high ridge and watch the stars move slowly across the heavens. There, surrounded by an ocean of darkness, he felt connected to something larger than himself. He began to notice how much energy other creatures spent struggling. Some fought endlessly over territory. Others chased every opportunity that appeared before them. Many lived in constant fear of losing what they possessed. Silas watched them with quiet compassion. He understood that fear and desire often pushed living beings into exhausting battles that never truly ended. The desert had taught him another way. Instead of trying to control everything, he focused on understanding what was already present. Instead of racing toward every possibility, he learned to appreciate the moment directly in front of him. Instead of resisting uncertainty, he accepted it as part of life itself. This did not make him weak. It made him resilient. Because when conditions changed, he adapted. When food became scarce, he remained patient. When storms arrived, he remained calm. When darkness deepened, he trusted his senses. The years left their marks upon him. His once soft fur became rougher. His leaps grew shorter. His movements became more deliberate. Yet something else grew stronger. His peace. As younger animals rushed through the desert chasing survival, Silas spent more time simply observing. He watched moonlight paint silver patterns across the dunes. He watched tiny insects leave delicate trails upon untouched sand. He watched distant storms flicker along the horizon without ever reaching him. The older he became, the more clearly he saw that life was not merely a race toward some distant destination. Life was also the ability to notice. To notice beauty. To notice stillness. To notice the fragile miracle of being alive at all. One cold morning, after a night filled with brilliant stars, Silas climbed a familiar dune overlooking the endless desert. It was a place he had visited countless times throughout his life. From there, he could see the landscape stretching beyond imagination. Waves of golden sand merged with the horizon. The sky glowed softly with the first hints of dawn. The wind moved gently across the ridge. Silas settled into the sand and listened. The desert spoke in the same quiet voice it always had. A whisper of moving grains. A distant call carried by the breeze. The slow heartbeat of a world that had existed long before him and would continue long after. For the first time, he felt no need to move. No need to search. No need to prove anything. He simply existed. And in that existence, there was completeness. The desert did not pause to mourn. The stars did not dim. The wind continued its endless journey across the dunes. Yet something remained. The stillness he had cultivated. The patience he had practiced. The gentle awareness he had carried throughout his life. These things became part of the landscape itself. Even now, if you stand beneath a desert sky and allow yourself to become truly quiet, you may sense it. Not a voice. Not a memory. But a feeling. A reminder that there is another way to live. A way that does not require constant urgency. A way that does not demand endless striving. A way that honors sensitivity instead of hiding it. The story of Silas is not merely the story of a long-eared jerboa. It is the story of anyone who has ever felt overwhelmed by the speed of the modern world. Anyone who has ever wished for a moment of stillness. Anyone who has ever searched for peace beneath the noise. As the night deepens and the world grows quieter around you, remember the tiny creature beneath the desert stars. Remember how he listened more than he spoke. How he observed more than he chased. How he found strength not in force, but in awareness. And perhaps, for just a little while, you can follow his example. Let your thoughts settle like sand after a passing wind. Let your worries drift beyond the horizon. Allow yourself to rest within the present moment. The desert is quiet now. The stars are watching. And somewhere in that endless sea of silence, the gentle spirit of Silas still moves with the wind, carrying with it a timeless lesson. Sometimes the greatest wisdom is simply learning how to listen. Few people could have imagined that the same man who once created miracles beneath the blazing stadium lights would one day discover his deepest peace in silence and breath. Joe Montana spent years commanding chaos on the football field with calm precision, yet the greatest transformation of his life began far away from roaring crowds and championship celebrations. His story became more than the legacy of a legendary quarterback. It became a quiet journey about balance, stillness, and learning how to return home to the soul after years of carrying the weight of expectation. When the deafening cheers inside the stadium finally faded into memory, very few people noticed the quieter moments that followed. Hidden away from cameras and applause, Joe Montana often sat alone in stillness, eyes closed, breathing slowly as though trying to hear something beyond the noise of the world. To millions, he represented confidence under pressure, the athlete who never seemed shaken no matter how intense the moment became. But beneath that composed exterior lived a man constantly learning how to calm the storms within himself. For years, every game demanded more than physical endurance. Football tested his body, certainly, but it also demanded emotional control at every second. Split-second decisions carried enormous consequences. Thousands of people watched every movement, every throw, every mistake. Over time, the pressure settled into his nervous system like an invisible weight. Even after victories, his mind rarely rested completely. The world saw trophies and triumphs, but they did not see the exhaustion that accumulated quietly beneath the surface. During long nights after difficult games, anxiety often moved through him like an undercurrent beneath still water. That was when he slowly began to understand something important. Strength was not the absence of fear or pressure. True strength was the ability to remain grounded while pressure surrounded you. This realization marked the beginning of a different kind of discipline, one not focused on competition, but on inner awareness. At first, mindfulness entered his life almost accidentally. Someone suggested breathing exercises and quiet meditation as a way to manage stress. He approached it cautiously, unsure whether something so simple could truly matter. Yet the first time he sat alone in silence and focused entirely on his breathing, something inside him shifted. The world outside remained loud and demanding, but within himself he discovered a small space untouched by chaos. That feeling stayed with him. Slowly, silence became less uncomfortable. He began noticing how rarely people paused long enough to listen to themselves. Everyone seemed to be racing endlessly toward the next achievement, the next ambition, the next distraction. Yet very few stopped to ask whether their souls could keep pace with their lives. In those quiet moments of meditation, Joe started understanding the forgotten importance of slowing down. On the football field he had spent years escaping defenders and outmaneuvering opponents. But during meditation he realized the true opponent had often been his own restless mind. He recognized how deeply he had lived in a constant state of readiness, tension, and internal defense. Meditation did not erase his responsibilities or difficulties. Instead it gave him the ability to meet them without losing himself completely inside them. As his career eventually came to an end, many athletes around him struggled with identity and purpose. The roar of the crowd disappears quickly, and for some people the silence afterward becomes unbearable. Yet Joe Montana did not feel completely lost when he stepped away from football. Over the years he had quietly built an inner foundation independent of applause or public recognition. Meditation had created a place within him that no victory or defeat could define. He began sharing these lessons gently with others. The calm focus that once helped him survive high-pressure moments on the field slowly transformed into something softer and more generous. He spoke often about breathing, awareness, and presence. Not as grand philosophies, but as practical ways to remain steady during life's storms. He explained that when anxiety rises like a wave, sometimes the most powerful thing a person can do is simply pause, close their eyes, and return attention to the rhythm of their breath. The more he shared these ideas, the more he realized how many people were silently overwhelmed by modern life. Beneath careers, responsibilities, and routines, countless individuals were carrying exhaustion they could barely explain. Joe no longer felt driven to prove himself through competition. Instead he found purpose in helping others rediscover a sense of calm they thought they had lost forever. This transformation changed him deeply. The same discipline that once fueled his performances on the field now helped him dismantle fear, stress, and emotional tension piece by piece. He carried himself differently. There was less urgency in his movements, less attachment to outcomes. Even in crowded cities filled with noise and distraction, he seemed to hold on to a quiet stillness that belonged entirely to him. Years after leaving professional football, Joe Montana still maintained the habit of sitting quietly each morning before the world fully awakened. Those moments became sacred conversations with himself. No cameras, no headlines, no expectations. Just breath, awareness, and silence. In those quiet dawn hours he often reflected on the younger version of himself sitting in locker rooms after games, exhausted and searching for peace without fully understanding what he was looking for. Over time, he discovered that helping another person find calm brought him a deeper fulfillment than any championship celebration ever had. Victories on the field created excitement that eventually faded. But watching someone rediscover peace within themselves carried a different emotional weight entirely. It felt lasting. Real. Human. He also learned that peace is not something achieved permanently. It requires daily care and attention, much like physical strength once did during his athletic career. Some days the mind still becomes restless. Some worries still return unexpectedly. But now he meets those moments differently. Instead of fighting against them, he allows them to pass through him gently, like weather moving across an open sky. The pressures he once could not express openly eventually transformed into wisdom. The anxieties that once hid beneath his composed image became part of the compassion he now carried for others. He understood how easy it is for people to appear strong while silently struggling beneath the surface. That understanding made him softer, more patient, and more attentive to the emotional lives of those around him. Today, Joe Montana's story represents something far greater than athletic success. It reminds people that even those who seem fearless are still human beneath the surface. It reminds us that inner peace cannot be found through achievement alone. Sometimes it emerges quietly in the spaces between breaths, in moments of stillness, in the courage to slow down and simply listen to ourselves honestly. And perhaps that is why his journey feels so comforting. Beneath the fame, the trophies, and the legends, there remains a man who discovered that true fulfillment was never about endless victory. It was about learning how to rest peacefully within himself after years of living inside noise. As the memory of his story settles softly into the night, there remains the gentle image of a man sitting quietly in morning silence, breathing deeply while the world rushes onward around him. In that stillness exists a quiet invitation for all of us to pause, to soften, and to remember that peace has always been waiting patiently within our own breath. When the endless Antarctic night settles over the frozen edge of the world, silence becomes something almost alive. The wind sweeps across the ice fields with a voice so deep and ancient that it feels older than memory itself. In that vast white wilderness, where the temperature falls far below anything most living creatures could endure, small black silhouettes continue to move slowly through the storm. They are emperor penguins, quiet travelers of the southern ice, carrying within their fragile bodies one of the greatest stories of devotion nature has ever written. Most people imagine Antarctica as an empty place, a kingdom of cold untouched by emotion. Yet hidden beneath the endless snow is a story filled with tenderness, patience, sacrifice, and love so deep that it asks for nothing in return. Tonight, let us walk gently beside these silent guardians and enter a world where survival itself becomes an act of compassion. The journey always begins with movement. Long before the darkest winter arrives, emperor penguins begin their migration across the frozen sea. They leave behind the open water and travel deep into the interior ice, marching for miles beneath skies heavy with snow. Every step is difficult. The ice cracks beneath them. The wind pushes against their bodies like an invisible wall. Still they continue forward with calm determination, as though guided by something far greater than instinct. Among the colony, no voice rises above another. There is no leader demanding obedience. Yet somehow the group moves with perfect rhythm, shaped by a silent understanding passed down through countless generations. Young penguins follow the older ones across dangerous terrain, learning the ancient paths hidden within the frozen world. The elders carry memory within them, remembering where the ice remains stable, where storms tend to gather, and where life might still survive during the cruelest months of winter. As the season deepens, the colony gathers together beneath a sky that barely sees sunlight. The females carefully lay a single egg, small and impossibly delicate against the endless brutality surrounding them. That tiny egg becomes the center of an entire universe. Then comes the moment that defines the emperor penguin more than anything else in the natural world. The mother gently transfers the egg onto the father's feet. It is a movement filled with terrifying risk. If the egg touches the frozen ground for even a brief moment, the cold can steal its life almost instantly. Every motion must be perfect. Every shift of balance carries enormous consequence. Once the egg rests safely beneath the father's warm feathered pouch, the mother begins her long journey back to the sea to feed. She disappears into the storm, leaving the father alone with the responsibility of guarding their unborn child through the darkest season on earth. What follows is not merely endurance. It is devotion transformed into physical form. For nearly 2 months, the fathers stand in the freezing darkness without food. The storms arrive again and again, wrapping the colony in blinding snow and violent winds. Temperatures plunge lower each night. Yet the penguins remain. They huddle together in enormous living circles, pressing tightly side by side to share warmth. Those standing at the outer edge of the group slowly rotate inward so no individual bears the full cruelty of the storm for too long. It is one of nature's quiet miracles, a reminder that survival is sometimes built not through strength alone, but through cooperation and care. Inside that moving circle of bodies, warmth travels gently from one creature to another. Hearts beat beneath layers of feathers. Breath rises softly into the frozen air. The fathers close their eyes as ice gathers across their backs, holding still while the tiny life beneath them continues to grow. In those endless nights, they do not know whether the mothers will return in time. They do not know whether their own bodies can continue much longer without food. Hunger weakens them day after day. Exhaustion settles deep into their bones. Yet none of them abandon the fragile life they protect. There is something profoundly moving in that silence. The penguins never speak of courage. They never ask for recognition. They simply continue standing against the storm because love asks them to. As winter stretches onward, the darkness begins to feel eternal. The fathers sometimes lift their heads toward the distant glow of the southern sky, where pale ribbons of light drift slowly across the heavens. In those quiet moments, they appear almost like ancient monks meditating within a frozen cathedral, accepting suffering not with bitterness, but with calm dignity. Then, one day, a faint sound emerges from beneath the warm feathers. A small cry. Soft and trembling. The egg has finally opened. For the exhausted fathers, that tiny voice changes everything. The endless waiting, the hunger, the frozen nights, all of it suddenly carries meaning. Beneath the harshest conditions imaginable, new life has survived. Soon the mothers begin returning from the sea, carrying precious food for the chicks. Across the ice fields, thousands of penguins call out to one another, each voice unique enough to be recognized among the crowd. Partners reunite after months apart, finding each other through sound alone. It is one of the most extraordinary reunions in the natural world, filled with relief, exhaustion, and quiet joy. The fathers, now weak from their long fast, gently transfer the chicks back to the mothers. Their task is complete. Some can barely stand. Yet there is peace in their movements, as though they understand they have fulfilled something sacred. The young chicks soon begin taking their first uncertain steps across the snow. Tiny and vulnerable, they follow closely beside their parents beneath the pale returning sunlight. Around them, Antarctica remains cold and unforgiving, but life continues forward all the same. Perhaps that is the true lesson the emperor penguin offers us. Strength is not always loud. Love is not always dramatic. Sometimes the deepest form of courage is simply remaining present through the storm, holding carefully onto something fragile when the world around you feels unbearable. In our own lives, there will be winters that seem endless. There will be nights when exhaustion settles into the heart, when the future feels uncertain, and when the coldness of the world appears too heavy to endure. But the emperor penguin reminds us that even in the darkest season, warmth can still exist. Hope can still survive. And so tonight, as the world around you grows quiet, let this frozen story settle gently into your thoughts. Imagine the endless white horizon of Antarctica, the soft movement of falling snow, and the silent circle of penguins standing together against the storm. May their patience calm your restless mind. May their devotion soften your heart. And may you drift peacefully into sleep, carrying within you the same quiet resilience that allows life itself to continue shining, even at the very edge of the coldest night. Far beyond the edges of ordinary human life, where the world dissolves into endless white silence, a lone figure walks slowly across the frozen sea. The Arctic wind moves like an ancient spirit through the darkness, carrying snow across fields of drifting ice beneath a sky lit only by distant stars and pale ribbons of northern light. In that cold and beautiful wilderness lives the polar bear, a silent guardian of the far north, carrying within its massive body one of the most profound stories nature has ever whispered into existence. Most people see the polar bear as a symbol of strength. They imagine sharp claws, immense power, and the image of a hunter standing alone against the freezing storm. Yet beneath that thick white fur exists something far quieter and far more emotional. The life of a polar bear is not simply a struggle for survival. It is a meditation on solitude, endurance, memory, and the fragile tenderness hidden beneath immense strength. Tonight, let us leave behind the noise of the modern world and walk gently beside this white traveler of the Arctic. Let us step onto the frozen ice and enter a dream shaped by snow, silence, and the slow breathing of the northern wilderness. When the long polar night begins to settle over the Arctic Ocean, the world changes completely. Sunlight fades for months at a time. Temperatures plunge deeper into the cold until the air itself feels sharp enough to cut through bone. Across the drifting ice sheets, polar bears begin their endless migration in search of food, safety, and a future for their young. Every movement across the frozen landscape carries risk. The sea ice cracks without warning. Storms arrive suddenly from the horizon. Hunger lingers constantly beneath the surface of each day. Yet the polar bear continues forward with calm patience, moving through the blizzard with a dignity that feels almost ancient. Its enormous paws spread gently across the ice, distributing weight carefully over unstable surfaces. It listens not with ears alone, but with its entire body. A distant crack beneath the ice. A shift in the wind. The faint scent of life carried across miles of snow. Everything matters in this frozen world. There is very little wasted movement. The polar bear has learned that survival in the Arctic depends not on aggression, but on restraint. Energy must be protected. Every decision must be deliberate. Even in hunger, there is patience. Perhaps that is why the polar bear feels so deeply symbolic to those who watch it. It survives not through violence alone, but through quiet endurance. It teaches us that strength can exist without noise. Deep within the Arctic winter, another story unfolds beneath the snow. In hidden dens carved into frozen hillsides, mother polar bears curl themselves around their newborn cubs. Outside, the storms rage endlessly across the ice fields. Winds scream through the darkness. Temperatures fall to unimaginable depths. Yet inside the den there is warmth, breath, and the soft sound of tiny hearts beating close together. The mother rarely leaves. She fasts for months, surviving entirely on the strength stored within her own body while protecting the fragile lives pressed against her chest. Her world becomes incredibly small. The cold walls of the den. The sleeping cubs. The steady rhythm of waiting. There is something deeply moving about that silence. The cubs open their eyes for the first time in darkness, knowing only warmth and the gentle presence of their mother beside them. Outside lies one of the harshest environments on Earth, but for a brief moment inside that frozen shelter, the world feels soft and safe. As the months pass, the cubs begin to grow stronger. Eventually the mother leads them out into the open Arctic for the first time. The sunlight reflects endlessly across the snow. The wind brushes against their fur. Tiny paws press uncertainly into the ice beside the enormous tracks of their mother. She teaches them everything slowly. How to move carefully across unstable ice. How to recognize danger hidden beneath beauty. How to swim through freezing water without panic. How to survive long periods of hunger without surrendering hope. The cubs follow closely behind her, trusting completely in her guidance. In those moments, the polar bear is no longer simply a predator of the north. She becomes something universal. A protector. A teacher. a living expression of sacrifice and love. Yet even within this beauty, there is sadness woven quietly through the Arctic landscape. The world the polar bear once knew is changing. Ice melts earlier each year. Ancient migration paths disappear beneath open water. Hunting becomes more difficult. Distances grow longer. Hunger stretches deeper into the lives of countless animals across the north. And still, the polar bear continues walking. There is no bitterness in its movement. No dramatic resistance. Only persistence. It adapts where it can. It searches farther. It endures longer. The polar bear carries itself through a changing world with remarkable dignity, as though understanding that survival itself has become a final act of grace. Sometimes, beneath the northern lights, a lone polar bear pauses on the edge of the frozen sea. Above it, green waves of aurora drift silently across the sky like distant spirits dancing in the dark. Below, the ice groans softly beneath the pressure of the ocean. In those quiet moments, the bear appears less like an animal and more like an ancient witness standing at the edge of time itself. Perhaps that is why the sight of a polar bear affects people so deeply. It reminds us of the loneliness we all carry. The quiet burdens. The long winters inside our own lives. The moments when we continue forward not because the path is easy, but because something inside us refuses to stop moving. The polar bear teaches us that gentleness and strength are not opposites. That solitude can hold wisdom. That dignity is not measured by comfort, but by how we carry ourselves through hardship. And so tonight, as your own world grows quiet, imagine the endless Arctic stretching peacefully beneath the stars. Imagine the soft crunch of snow beneath careful footsteps. Imagine a mother polar bear guiding her cubs across the frozen silence with infinite patience and calm. Let the cold air clear your thoughts. Let the stillness soften your worries. And let this story drift slowly into your dreams like falling snow across an endless white horizon. May you sleep tonight with the same quiet resilience carried by the polar bear through the darkest winter. And may your heart remain warm, even in the coldest seasons of life. Deep within a rainforest so lush that every leaf seemed painted by endless rain, a massive figure moved slowly through the emerald shadows. Mist drifted between ancient trees, and distant birds called across the canopy like echoes from another age. Here lived Baka, a silverback gorilla whose presence was as steady and enduring as the mountains beyond the forest. Many people imagine gorillas as symbols of raw power, creatures defined by strength alone. Yet beneath Baka's broad shoulders and powerful frame lived a spirit shaped not by aggression, but by responsibility. His life was not a story of conquest. It was a story of guardianship. On quiet mornings, when sunlight filtered through the leaves in thin golden beams, Baka would rise before the rest of his family. He would sit silently and listen to the forest awaken. Every rustling branch, every distant waterfall, every movement in the undergrowth carried meaning. The rainforest was not merely his home. It was an extension of his own being. As a young gorilla, Baka had once raced through the forest with boundless energy. He climbed towering trees, wrestled with his companions, and followed his mother through winding paths hidden beneath dense vegetation. She taught him where to find fruit during difficult seasons and how to recognize danger long before it revealed itself. Most importantly, she taught him that true strength was not measured by how many battles one could win. True strength was measured by how much one was willing to protect. Years passed, and Baka grew into a magnificent silverback. His silver-gray back marked him as the leader of his family. Younger gorillas followed him without hesitation. Mothers trusted him. Infants climbed onto his shoulders and slept peacefully in his presence. His days became filled with quiet responsibilities. He led his family to feeding grounds. He watched over the young while they played. During violent storms, he positioned himself between danger and those who depended on him. On one unforgettable night, thunder rolled across the forest like distant drums. Rain crashed through the canopy, turning narrow trails into rushing streams. The youngest members of the family huddled together in fear. Baka stood over them, shielding them from the worst of the storm. Water soaked his fur, and cold winds swept across the clearing, but he never moved. Through the long night, he remained there, a living wall between his family and the chaos of nature. It was in moments like these that his true greatness revealed itself. As the years passed, the forest began to change. Places that had once overflowed with fruit grew strangely quiet. Familiar trees disappeared. New sounds echoed through the rainforest, sounds that did not belong. Distant machinery rumbled beyond the horizon. Strange scents drifted through the air. Baka could not understand the reasons behind these changes, but he understood their consequences. Food became harder to find. Ancient paths were interrupted. The boundaries of the world he had always known seemed to shrink a little more each season. While younger gorillas grew restless and frustrated, Baka remained calm. He knew that panic solved nothing. Instead, he adapted. He guided his family deeper into the forest, searching for hidden valleys untouched by disturbance. His wisdom became more valuable than his strength. One afternoon, while traveling through a dense stretch of jungle, Baka heard a cry unlike any he had heard before. Following the sound, he discovered a young gorilla trapped by a metal snare left behind by humans. The infant trembled in terror. Baka approached slowly. Despite his enormous size, his movements were remarkably gentle. He carefully examined the trap and worked patiently until the frightened youngster was free. For a long moment, the two simply looked at one another. In the eyes of the young gorilla, Baka saw fear. But he also saw hope. Without hesitation, he allowed the exhausted infant to climb onto his back. Then he carried the youngster through the forest, walking for hours until they reached the safety of his family. That evening, as the sun disappeared beyond the treetops, Baka sat quietly beneath a giant fig tree. Around him, the younger gorillas played while mothers groomed one another. Watching them, he felt something deeper than pride. He felt purpose. The older he became, the more he understood that leadership was not about power. It was about sacrifice. It was about carrying burdens so that others could continue moving forward. Time, however, touches every living thing. The once powerful silverback gradually slowed. His steps became heavier. Climbing steep slopes demanded more effort than before. The younger males, strong and ambitious, began stepping into larger roles within the family. Yet none possessed Baka's calm presence. Even as his physical strength faded, his influence only grew. Young gorillas watched how he resolved conflicts without violence. They learned patience by observing him. They learned compassion through his example. When drought threatened the forest, Baka led the group to hidden water sources remembered from decades earlier. When disputes arose among younger members, a simple glance from him was often enough to restore peace. He had become something more than a leader. He had become a living memory of everything the family valued. Then came a season unlike any before. Heavy rains washed the forest clean. Fresh leaves covered the trees. Flowers bloomed in places long forgotten. Baka sensed that his own journey was nearing its end. One morning, before the others awoke, he climbed a hill overlooking the rainforest. It was a place he had visited many times throughout his life. From there, he could see endless waves of green stretching toward the horizon. He sat quietly. The wind moved through his silver fur. Birdsong drifted across the valley. For a long time, he simply watched. There was no fear in him. No regret. Only gratitude. He thought of the family he had protected. The storms he had endured. The countless paths he had walked beneath the ancient trees. Every challenge had shaped him. Every sacrifice had given meaning to his existence. As the day brightened, Baka closed his eyes. The forest continued breathing around him. Leaves rustled softly overhead. A gentle breeze carried the scent of rain. And in that peaceful moment, he became part of the rainforest he had spent his entire life protecting. Though his footsteps would eventually fade, his legacy would remain. It would live in the young gorillas he had guided. It would live in the hidden trails he had discovered. It would live in every act of kindness, patience, and courage inspired by his example. The story of Baka is not simply the story of a gorilla. It is a reminder that true greatness is often quiet. It is found in those who choose compassion over dominance, responsibility over comfort, and love over fear. And perhaps, as you listen to the distant echoes of this rainforest tale, you may discover something of Baka within yourself. A strength that does not need to shout. A wisdom that grows through patience. A heart capable of protecting what matters most. As night settles gently around you, let the sounds of the forest carry you toward rest. Let the rain whisper through the leaves. Let the worries of the day drift away. And may the quiet spirit of the silverback guardian accompany you into a peaceful and dream-filled sleep. The world remembers the shining MVP trophies and the roaring stadiums filled with endless applause, yet few people stop to imagine that Kurt Warner once spent his nights stacking boxes of groceries beneath cold supermarket lights. Before the fame and before the impossible victories, he was simply a young man carrying exhaustion in his hands while quietly protecting a dream no one else could fully understand. His life became one of the greatest examples of patience and belief, not because success arrived quickly, but because he continued forward long after most people would have surrendered. In those years before the spotlight ever found him, life felt painfully ordinary. The supermarket aisle stretched endlessly beneath fluorescent lights while customers passed by without noticing the quiet determination hidden behind his tired expression. He arranged cereal boxes with unusual care, almost as if every movement mattered. To others it looked like routine work done by a struggling employee trying to survive another day. But inside him there remained a fire that refused to disappear no matter how heavy reality became. Every evening after work he returned home carrying the weight of disappointment that had followed him for years. Football had once felt close enough to touch, yet opportunities slipped away one after another until his future seemed buried beneath unpaid bills and quiet uncertainty. Friends and co-workers often questioned why he continued to hold on to such an impossible dream. Some believed he was wasting precious years chasing something that no longer existed. Kurt rarely argued with them. Instead he carried those doubts silently and transformed them into discipline. Late at night when the world became quiet, he would still practice throwing passes with the same focus he had once carried as a young athlete filled with hope. His body ached from work, and exhaustion pressed against him constantly, yet the repetition of those motions gave him comfort. It reminded him that a part of his identity still existed beyond the supermarket shelves. He was not simply waiting for life to change. He was preparing himself in case the opportunity ever returned. The silence of those years was almost unbearable at times. There is a particular loneliness that comes from believing in something no one else can see. Kurt experienced that loneliness deeply. He watched others move forward with stable careers and predictable futures while his own life remained suspended between hope and disappointment. Yet even during the darkest moments, he never allowed bitterness to consume him. Instead he learned to respect the slow passage of time and the quiet work required to survive it. What made his story extraordinary was not talent alone. Many people possess talent. What separated him was his ability to remain emotionally steady while life repeatedly rejected him. Every setback became another layer added to his resilience. Every missed opportunity taught him patience. He understood something that many people never learn, that dreams are not sustained by excitement alone. They survive through repetition, humility, and the willingness to continue even when no reward appears in sight. When the opportunity finally arrived, it came almost unexpectedly. By then he had already lived through years of uncertainty that had reshaped him completely. He did not respond with wild celebration or emotional collapse. Instead there was a strange calmness within him, as though part of him had always known that this moment might eventually come if he simply endured long enough. Stepping onto the field for the first time at that level, he was not thinking about trophies or headlines. He noticed the smell of the grass, the sound of the crowd, and the sensation of finally standing where he had imagined himself countless nights before. In that moment the years spent under supermarket lights did not disappear. They remained with him, quietly grounding him while the rest of the world began to see him differently. As his success grew, people focused on the miracle of his rise. They called it unbelievable and inspirational. Yet what they often failed to understand was that the real story had happened long before the victories. The real story was built in silence during those forgotten nights when no cameras existed and no one offered encouragement. It was built while stacking shelves, practicing alone, and refusing to let rejection define his future. Even after reaching the peak of professional success, Kurt never completely separated himself from the life he once lived. Fame did not erase the memory of hardship. In many ways it deepened his appreciation for the ordinary moments he had once endured. He often returned mentally to those difficult years, not with sadness but with gratitude. They had shaped his understanding of perseverance and taught him how fragile success could be. At home he would sometimes look quietly at the trophies and awards displayed around him. To others they represented achievement and greatness. To him they represented survival. Each award carried invisible memories of exhaustion, uncertainty, and faith held together through sheer determination. He understood that the trophies were not the true reward. The true reward was becoming someone capable of enduring failure without losing belief in himself. The older he became, the more he valued peace over recognition. Stadiums filled with cheering fans created unforgettable moments, but the quieter memories often stayed with him longer. He remembered the stillness of empty parking lots after late shifts. He remembered practicing throws beneath dim lights when no one was watching. He remembered how fragile hope felt during those years and how carefully he had protected it. What makes his story resonate so deeply is not simply that he succeeded, but that he succeeded without allowing hardship to harden his heart. Through every rejection he remained gentle toward the people around him and patient with himself. That emotional strength became just as important as athletic ability. It allowed him to move through both failure and success without losing his sense of identity. Today his story stands as one of the great legends in sports history, but the most meaningful part of it still belongs to the young man standing quietly beside supermarket shelves dreaming about a future that seemed impossibly far away. That version of Kurt Warner never truly disappeared. He remained present even during the brightest moments of fame, reminding himself where everything had begun. And perhaps that is why his journey continues to inspire so many people. It is not simply a story about football or victory. It is a story about protecting hope during the long periods when life gives no sign that hope will ever be rewarded. It is about understanding that greatness often grows invisibly beneath ordinary routines and unnoticed struggles. Even now when people remember his achievements, there is something calming hidden beneath the excitement of his legacy. His story carries the quiet reassurance that difficult seasons do not last forever and that perseverance can slowly reshape even the most uncertain future. In that sense his life became more than a sports story. It became a gentle reminder that within every exhausted soul there may still exist a dream waiting patiently for its moment to rise. Few people would have imagined that the same body once built for violent collisions and roaring stadiums could one day become a vessel for stillness and quiet reflection. Derek Morgan spent years surrounded by noise, pressure, and constant physical intensity, yet somewhere beneath the armor of competition there always existed a quieter part of him searching for balance. His life eventually became more than a story about strength or professional success. It became a journey from chaos into calm, from constant resistance into acceptance, and from outward achievement into inner peace. When the stadium lights faded and the crowds disappeared into the night, there were moments when Derek remained alone inside the locker room long after everyone else had gone. The echoes of celebration still lingered in the air while silence slowly returned to the empty space around him. In those quiet moments he would sit with his eyes closed, breathing deeply as if trying to separate himself from the endless pressure that had followed him for years. Few people ever noticed those moments, yet they became some of the most important parts of his life. Professional football demanded intensity at every level. Every game required aggression, focus, and the willingness to push the body beyond exhaustion. For a long time Derek embraced that world completely. He trained relentlessly, fought through injuries, and carried the expectations placed upon him with determination. To the outside world he appeared strong and unshakable. But inside, the pressure accumulated slowly and silently like water rising behind a dam. There were nights when anxiety followed him home after games. Even after victories his mind refused to rest. The physical strain of competition was difficult enough, but the emotional weight of constantly needing to perform began to wear against him in ways he struggled to explain. He realized that true strength was not simply the ability to endure pressure. True strength was learning how to live peacefully alongside it without allowing it to consume the mind. His introduction to mindfulness happened almost by accident. At first he approached meditation with skepticism, unsure how something so quiet and simple could possibly help someone shaped by years of physical competition. Yet during his first attempts at sitting still and focusing on his breathing, he experienced something unfamiliar. The world around him remained noisy and complicated, but inside there was a small space beginning to settle into calmness. It felt like standing beside a lake after the wind had finally stopped moving across the surface. That sensation stayed with him. He began practicing regularly, often in the quiet hours after training sessions or late at night when everything else had slowed down. Meditation did not erase his problems or remove the stress from his career, but it changed the way he related to those feelings. Instead of fighting every anxious thought, he learned to observe them without becoming trapped inside them. Slowly the constant tension he carried inside his body began to soften. Derek often wondered why so many people spent their lives running endlessly forward without ever asking whether their spirit could keep pace with the demands placed upon it. In meditation he discovered the importance of slowing down. Breathing became more than a physical function. It became a reminder that peace was always available beneath the noise if he was willing to pause long enough to notice it. On the field he had spent years trying to break through defenses and overpower opponents. In meditation he faced a different challenge entirely. He confronted the exhausted version of himself that remained constantly guarded, tense, and afraid of failure. That internal battle proved far more meaningful than any competition he had experienced in sports. It taught him that vulnerability and awareness required a kind of courage that physical strength alone could never provide. As the years passed and his football career eventually came to an end, Derek did not experience the same emptiness that many athletes struggle with after leaving competition behind. By then he had already built something stable within himself. Meditation had created an inner world that did not depend on applause, recognition, or external validation. The transition away from professional sports felt less like losing an identity and more like stepping into a deeper understanding of who he had always been beneath the uniform. He soon began sharing mindfulness practices with others, especially people overwhelmed by stress, uncertainty, or emotional exhaustion. What he offered was not complicated philosophy. He simply taught people how to pause and breathe. He explained that when pressure rises like an ocean wave, closing the eyes and focusing gently on each breath can soften the sharp edges of fear and anxiety. For many people those lessons became life-changing because they were delivered not by someone detached from hardship, but by someone who had lived through immense pressure himself. The more he guided others toward stillness, the more he realized that this new chapter carried a deeper sense of purpose than any trophy or victory from his playing career. Helping someone rediscover calmness after years of emotional struggle created a fulfillment unlike anything competition had ever provided. It was no longer about proving strength. It was about creating healing. Even today, years removed from the spotlight, Derek continues the quiet routine that transformed his life. Each morning he sits in silence before the world fully awakens, allowing himself time to reconnect with the calm center he once struggled so hard to find. Those moments remain sacred to him because they remind him that peace is not something achieved once and permanently secured. It is something practiced daily with patience and compassion. Sometimes late at night he still remembers the younger version of himself sitting alone in locker rooms trying desperately to understand the pressure building inside his chest. He feels gratitude toward that younger self for continuing to search even when answers seemed distant. The lessons learned during those difficult years eventually became the foundation for everything that followed. What makes Derek Morgan's story meaningful is not simply that an athlete discovered meditation. It is that he transformed the discipline and courage once used for competition into tools for emotional healing and self-awareness. He carried the same focus that once drove him through brutal training sessions into the quieter practice of understanding the human mind and spirit. Today his life stands as a reminder that peace does not belong only to monks or isolated retreats far from modern life. Peace can also emerge from within someone shaped by pressure, violence, and relentless expectation. It can grow slowly inside exhausted people who decide to stop running long enough to listen to their own breathing. In the end, Derek Morgan's greatest victory may not have happened beneath stadium lights at all. It may have occurred in those silent moments when he finally learned to sit still with himself without fear. Through mindfulness he discovered that strength and softness are not opposites. They are parts of the same human experience, each incomplete without the other. And perhaps that is why his story feels so calming to remember. Beneath the noise of modern life and beneath the endless pressure to achieve, there remains the possibility of stillness. A quiet breath. A steady heartbeat. A moment of peace strong enough to carry a weary soul gently into rest. The Arctic belongs to silence. Far beyond the reach of crowded cities and restless human ambition, there exists a frozen wilderness where the wind speaks softly across endless fields of ice. There, beneath skies painted with drifting snow and pale northern light, the polar bear walks alone. His enormous white figure moves slowly across the frozen world, not with fear, but with a quiet understanding of the land beneath his feet. To many, he appears powerful and untouchable. But hidden within that vast and solitary presence is something far gentler, a creature who has learned how to live in harmony with stillness itself. Tonight, let us sit beside the soft crackling of the fire and step quietly into the true life of the polar bear. In the rhythm of drifting snow and distant waves beneath the ice, may every anxious thought slowly fade away, until only calm remains. Long before humans crossed oceans or built great cities, the polar bear already wandered the northern ice. Generation after generation, he learned the language of storms, the patience of winter, and the wisdom hidden inside solitude. He does not rush through life. The Arctic has taught him that survival belongs not to the fastest, but to those who understand how to endure. Every movement across the frozen sea is deliberate. The ice beneath him is never fully still. It cracks, shifts, and drifts endlessly with the tides below. Yet the polar bear walks calmly across it all, trusting his senses more than certainty. His wide paws spread gently across the snow, carrying his weight with remarkable grace, almost as though he focuses only on what matters in the present moment: warmth, movement, breath, rest. And despite the immense loneliness of the Arctic, there is tenderness in him too. A mother polar bear creating a snow den for her cubs carries a softness powerful enough to survive the coldest winters on Earth. Within those hidden dens beneath thick layers of snow, tiny cubs sleep safely against the warmth of their mother's body while storms rage endlessly outside. Even in the harshest places imaginable, life still protects life with extraordinary gentleness. As the years pass, the Arctic changes. The ice shifts differently now. The seasons grow less predictable. Yet the polar bear continues walking across the frozen world with the same ancient dignity carried by countless generations before him. He does not complain about the changing world. He simply adapts, step by step, breath by breath. Maybe you, too, are carrying exhaustion deep inside yourself. Maybe the world has become too loud, too fast, too demanding. The polar bear understands that feeling better than most. His life reminds us that solitude does not have to mean emptiness. Stillness does not mean failure. And slowing down does not mean losing your way. Sometimes healing begins the moment we stop fighting the storm and allow ourselves to rest within it. Now the fire burns softer beside us. Outside, the night has grown quiet. Far away across the frozen ocean, beneath drifting curtains of pale northern light, the polar bear disappears once more into the endless snow. His enormous footsteps fade gently into the Arctic wind. But the calm he leaves behind remains. Tonight, may you rest as he does. Wrapped in stillness. Protected from the noise beyond your thoughts. Let every unnecessary worry drift away like snow carried across the frozen sea. And as sleep slowly closes around you, may the spirit of the polar bear guide you gently into the deepest, warmest, and most peaceful dream of all. Beneath the endless green canopy of the tropical rainforest, the sloth moves with a pace so slow it almost feels untouched by time itself. While the rest of the world races forward in endless pursuit, the sloth quietly chooses stillness, protecting the fragile peace hidden within each gentle breath. Tonight, beside the soft glow of a crackling fire, we step carefully into the true life of the sloth. And within that forgotten rhythm of slowness, we slowly loosen every burden from our hearts and drift into the deepest sleep. The rainforest never truly falls silent. Even in the darkest hours of night, life hums softly through the leaves. Rainwater slides down tangled vines. Insects whisper through the humid air. Far away, unseen creatures call to one another beneath the heavy shadows of the jungle. Yet high above the restless forest floor, hanging quietly between ancient branches, the sloth exists in another world entirely. A world where nothing needs to hurry. From the very beginning, the sloth was misunderstood. To faster creatures, he seemed lazy. Too quiet. Too slow for survival. In a jungle filled with hunters, climbers, and endless movement, his stillness appeared almost impossible. But the sloth understands something the rainforest rarely explains out loud. Not every life is meant to be rushed. His movements are slow not because he is weak, but because he refuses to waste himself chasing things that do not truly matter. Every stretch of a paw, every careful grip upon the bark, every gentle shift from one branch to another becomes almost ceremonial, as though he is moving through sacred time rather than ordinary hours. There is a strange wisdom hidden inside that patience. The rainforest grows wildly in every direction. Plants compete endlessly for sunlight. Creatures hunt, flee, fight, and disappear. Yet amid all that chaos, the sloth survives by doing the opposite of everything around him. He conserves. He pauses. He lets the world move without demanding that he move with it. And somehow, in that quiet resistance, he finds peace. As sunlight filters softly through the rainforest canopy, the sloth often remains perfectly still for hours at a time. Warm beams of golden light settle gently across his fur while leaves sway slowly around him in the humid breeze. To others, it may appear like sleep. But perhaps it is something deeper. A kind of trust. The sloth trusts the branch beneath him. He trusts the rhythm of the forest. He trusts that life does not always need to be forced forward. Sometimes it is enough to simply exist fully within a single moment. There is no envy in his heart. He does not envy the jaguar sprinting through the undergrowth. He does not envy the monkeys leaping wildly between the trees. For the sloth, the warmth of sunlight upon his body is already enough. The sound of rainfall tapping softly against broad jungle leaves is already enough. This ability to remain completely present is his quiet gift to the world. Humans often believe peace can only be found after achievement, after victory, after reaching some distant destination. But the sloth teaches something entirely different. Peace can exist now, within the breath you are already taking. Within the stillness you usually ignore. At night, when heavy storms roll across the rainforest, the jungle transforms into a place of thunder and darkness. Rain crashes endlessly through the canopy while fierce winds bend even the tallest trees. Yet the sloth simply curls tighter against the branch, holding quietly to his small pocket of warmth. He does not panic. He does not fight the storm. He waits. And eventually, the storm always passes. Perhaps that is why the sloth feels strangely comforting to watch. He reminds us that survival is not always about force or speed. Sometimes survival is about softness. About knowing how to remain gentle in a world that constantly pressures you to move faster than your spirit can bear. High above the forest floor, the sloth witnesses countless seasons come and go. Clouds gather and disappear. Rivers rise and fall. Entire branches grow old and collapse beneath the weight of time. Yet he never tries to control these changes. Instead, he quietly adapts himself to the natural rhythm surrounding him. There is profound freedom hidden inside that surrender. The sloth does not waste energy carrying unnecessary fears about the future. He lives carefully inside the small space he can truly touch. A branch. A leaf. A breath. A patch of sunlight moving slowly through the afternoon. And perhaps that small world is already enough. As evening settles across the rainforest, the sky deepens into rich shades of blue and violet. Mist drifts softly between the trees while the sounds of the jungle grow lower and more distant. Hanging gently beneath the ancient canopy, the sloth sways almost invisibly with the night wind, like an old leaf that has long ago stopped resisting the movement of the world. He leaves behind no monuments. No grand stories. No loud victories. Yet somehow, his life feels deeply complete. Because he has discovered something many never do. True safety is not found in controlling everything around you. It is found in learning how to rest peacefully within yourself. Tonight, as the fire grows dim and the rainforest slowly disappears into darkness, may you rest like the sloth resting high among the trees. May you release the pressure to race endlessly toward distant horizons. May you remember that your worth does not depend upon how quickly you move. And as sleep gently wraps around you like warm jungle air, may your thoughts grow slower, softer, and quieter, until all that remains is stillness, breathing, and peace. Deep within the ancient rainforests of the Americas, where moonlight slips softly through layers of leaves and the air carries the scent of wet earth and moss, the ocelot moves like living shadow. His coat glows beneath the silver light, covered in swirling patterns that look less like fur and more like fragments of the forest itself. Every step he takes is silent. Every movement feels deliberate, graceful, almost dreamlike. In a world obsessed with noise, speed, and endless attention, the ocelot has chosen another path entirely. He lives quietly among the roots and branches, asking nothing from the world except space to exist peacefully within it. Tonight, as the fire crackles gently nearby and the darkness outside begins to settle into stillness, let us walk slowly into the hidden world of this mysterious cat. In the rhythm of his footsteps and the calm of his solitary life, there is something deeply soothing waiting to be understood. The rainforest never truly sleeps. Even at night, life hums softly through the trees. Tiny insects sing hidden songs from the undergrowth. Water drips from broad leaves after distant rainfall. Frogs call from unseen pools deep within the jungle. Somewhere far away, branches shift beneath unseen animals moving through the canopy overhead. And through all of it, the ocelot moves with perfect calm. He does not rush through the darkness searching for control. He belongs to the forest too completely for that. The jungle is not something he fights against or conquers. It is simply home. His beautifully patterned coat allows him to disappear almost completely among broken patches of moonlight and shadow. To human eyes, the rainforest can feel chaotic and overwhelming, but to the ocelot, every branch, vine, and shifting leaf carries meaning. He understands the language of this place. He knows which roots stay dry after heavy storms. He knows which trees bend safely beneath his weight. He knows where silence gathers and where danger waits. This deep awareness has shaped every part of his life. Many people see the ocelot and immediately think of elegance. And it is true, there is undeniable beauty in the way he moves. His body flows through the forest with almost liquid grace, as though the jungle itself is carrying him forward. But beneath that elegance lies something even more important: complete attention. The ocelot survives because he pays attention to the present moment with extraordinary care. He listens before moving. He watches before acting. He pauses before choosing a direction. In many ways, his life becomes a quiet meditation hidden inside the wilderness. Modern life often pulls people away from themselves. There is always another message to answer, another task to finish, another pressure waiting just ahead. Minds become crowded and restless. Even moments meant for rest feel heavy with unfinished thoughts. But the ocelot knows nothing about rushing toward tomorrow. For him, life unfolds one careful step at a time. Sometimes, deep in the rainforest, he will stop completely and remain motionless for long stretches beneath the trees. Not because he is afraid. Not because he is uncertain. He simply understands the value of stillness. The forest continues moving around him while he remains calm at its center. Rain drifts softly through the canopy. Wind stirs the leaves overhead. Fireflies flicker through the darkness like tiny floating stars. Yet the ocelot stays grounded within himself, perfectly at peace with simply being present. Perhaps that is why his solitude never feels empty. Humans often fear being alone because silence forces us to face our own thoughts. But the ocelot has spent his entire life inside silence, and rather than shrinking from it, he has learned how to feel at home there. There is something deeply comforting about that idea. The rainforest itself changes constantly. Storms arrive suddenly, drenching the jungle in endless sheets of rain. Rivers overflow their banks. Branches snap beneath powerful winds. Entire sections of forest transform over time as old trees fall and new life rises from the shadows below. The ocelot witnesses all of it without resistance. He does not waste energy trying to stop change. He adapts to it instead. When heavy rain floods the forest floor, he climbs higher into the trees. When danger enters his territory, he slips deeper into the shadows. When the world grows louder, he moves quietly away from the noise. There is wisdom in that kind of flexibility. Many people spend years exhausting themselves by fighting every uncomfortable moment life brings. But the ocelot reminds us that survival is not always about confrontation. Sometimes peace comes from knowing when to step back, when to protect your energy, and when to disappear into your own quiet space until the storm passes. As the night deepens, moonlight paints silver patterns across his fur while he rests along a thick tree branch high above the forest floor. From there, he watches the rainforest breathe beneath him. He asks for very little. A safe path through the trees. A quiet corner hidden from danger. A place where he can move through life without losing himself. And somehow, those simple things are enough. That simplicity feels almost sacred now. The older the ocelot becomes, the more deeply he seems connected to the forest around him. His pace grows slower, but also calmer. More certain. He no longer moves with the restless energy of youth. Instead, every step carries quiet confidence, shaped by years spent listening to the rhythms of rain, wind, and darkness. He has learned that peace is not found by escaping the wilderness of life. Peace is found by learning how to walk gently through it. As dawn slowly approaches, the rainforest begins to glow with soft shades of blue and gold. Mist rises from the earth. Birds awaken high in the canopy. The long night finally begins to loosen its hold on the jungle. The ocelot stands silently for a final moment beneath the fading moonlight. Then, without sound, he disappears once more into the forest shadows. No audience watches him leave. No history records his passing. And still, his life remains beautiful. Tonight, as sleep slowly settles around you, imagine the rainforest breathing softly beneath the stars. Imagine cool night air drifting through endless trees while an ocelot moves quietly through the shadows, carrying nothing except calm awareness and trust in the world around him. Let your thoughts soften. Let the weight you carry today begin to fall away. You do not need to solve every problem tonight. You do not need to prove your worth to the world before resting. Like the ocelot hidden safely beneath the rainforest canopy, you are allowed to step away from the noise. You are allowed to protect your peace. You are allowed to disappear for a while into your own quiet corner of stillness. And somewhere within that silence, your heart may finally remember what it feels like to be truly at rest. Alexander Scriabin remains a strange meteoric name etched forever in the annals of music history. He firmly believed that sound could awaken vivid waves of color and even bring an end to this worn aging world of mortal existence. Beneath the lingering afterglow of the Himalayan peaks he once conceived a divine ritual ceremony destined to stretch across 7 whole uninterrupted days. Tonight let us step into his unfinished mesmerizing dream alongside him and discover inner peace amid swirling, gorgeous hues of light and melody. If sound could take tangible shape, if melody could radiate radiant glow, its form and splendor would surely match the visions crafted within Scriabin's creative mind. His entire life wandered endlessly between supreme elegant refinement and the blurred edge of quiet madness. His grand symbolic work, intended to trigger humanity's destruction and spiritual rebirth, was ultimately halted forever by a small wound upon his own lips. In the still hush of this quiet night, listen to the legendary life of this unorthodox artistic genius and feel the boundless cosmic stillness resonating far beyond the limits of mortal perception. Alexander Scriabin was both a poetic soul seated before the piano and a devout follower of mystical theosophy. He pursued the transcendent art of synesthesia, blending visual splendor and auditory harmony into ethereal resonant unity. Fate delivered the most absurd, unexpected ending at the most passionate climactic moment of his life, leaving endless mystery, speculation and unanswered questions for generations to come. Tonight, accompanied by the soft dim glow of the burning hearth, we wander together into the vast spiritual wilderness belonging to this profound mystic composer. Imagine standing beneath a night sky set ablaze by shimmering auroras, watching the entire mortal world fade gently away within the flow of a grand sweeping symphony, all living things dissolving into pure streams of radiant light and delicate fragrant mist. This haunting scene is not the opening scene of a doomsday film. It stands as the lifelong sincerest prayer and boundless ambition of one visionary Russian composer. His name is Alexander Scriabin, a mortal man who truly believed he could pull the trigger of cosmic transformation with nothing more than musical notes. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale you need not strive to memorize. His lifetime journey unfolds like a dazzling yet dangerously volatile chemical experiment, merging piano art, theological mysticism, radiant color perception, and quiet spiritual frenzy into one intoxicating whole. While historians and scholars endlessly analyze his intricate chord progressions and revolutionary harmonic structures, he stood alone, gazing into the dark night, waiting for the stars above to dance and align obediently to the wave of his conductor's baton. Close your eyes for a moment, embrace the strange mystical power of synesthesia he experienced firsthand, and trace the wandering path of a soul lost in boundless wild fantasy to behold the transcendental otherworldly realm his mortal eyes alone could perceive. In April of 1915, spring descended upon Moscow, carrying a cold oppressive dampness heavy in the air. Alexander Scriabin collapsed alone inside his city residence. The visionary who once proclaimed himself a spiritual prophet destined to lead all humanity toward divine transcendence lay weakened and tormented by a tiny festering sore upon his upper lip. The affliction stemmed from an ordinary, almost trivial everyday moment, a minor careless cut sustained while shaving. No one could have foreseen that the man who spent every day crafting the grand cosmic drama Mysterium, meant to ignite universal transformation, would ultimately fall defeated by an invisible microscopic bacterium. In his final hours, clouded by fading consciousness, he still scribbled enigmatic, colorful, symbolic markings across blank music manuscript pages, symbols only his own mind could fully comprehend. His loyal students waited anxiously outside his door, fully expecting to witness a sacred ascension into divine light, just as he had long prophesied within his own musical creations. Yet the script written by the cold hand of death turned out startlingly plain, mundane, and steeped in cruel ironic contrast. Scriabin's sudden, untimely end echoed the fate of a magnificent grand symphony whose strings snap, abruptly falling silent mere seconds before reaching its soaring emotional climax. This abrupt fracture plunged all his devoted followers into overwhelming unease and doubt. Could the divine radiant splendor he claimed to witness all along have been nothing more than a fragile, fleeting illusion born from his own wandering imagination? To unravel this lingering question, we must journey back to the vivid, colorful beginning of his life and witness how he wove layer upon layer of mesmerizing ethereal enclosure within the ambitious score of Mysterium, the work he regarded as the destined endpoint of his earthly life. Scriabin's way of perceiving the surrounding world differed entirely from ordinary human perception. He possessed the rare innate gift known medically as synesthesia. When he pressed a simple C note upon the piano keys, he saw no plain black and white keyboard before his eyes, only blazing waves of fiery vivid red. As melody shifted seamlessly into F-sharp minor, deep mysterious pools of purple light would emerge and swirl within his field of vision. This extraordinary natural gift marked his early years, shaping him into a melancholy, sensitive, poetic pianist, earning him the beloved title the Chopin of Russia. Yet as he delved deeply into the theosophical teachings of Madame Blavatsky, his artistic ambition underwent an almost morbid dramatic transformation. He was no longer content merely to let audiences listen to musical sound alone. He longed to make them witness divine presence woven into melody and elevate music into a sacred ritual instrument capable of crossing dimensional boundaries. He invented a pioneering creation known as the color piano, assigning every individual musical note to a specific beam of colored light projected across the performance stage. He integrated countless unstable mystical chords into his compositions, harmonic structures that refused to resolve into traditional conventional harmony, instead floating endlessly upward into boundless ethereal space. This perpetual sense of weightless ascent left audiences of his time overwhelmed with physical unease and dizzy disorientation, as if the solid ground beneath their feet was slowly melting away into mist. Scriabin himself drowned joyfully within this intoxicating vertigo, feeling his spirit gradually breaking free from earthly gravitational pull, drawing ever closer to the pure luminous realm he envisioned in his mind. By this stage his aspirations far outgrew the concert halls of Moscow. His gaze turned eastward toward the distant, towering backbone of the world, the majestic Himalayan mountains. In Scriabin's later spiritual visions, his ultimate artistic ritual had to be completed at a remote extreme location perfectly aligned with cosmic energy. He wrote repeatedly within his private diary of constructing a grand semicircular temple perched high upon the Himalayan peaks, a sacred space where natural acoustics would merge perfectly with the howl of mountain winds and the roar of distant thunder. His monumental work Mysterium was conceived not merely as a musical performance but as a 7-day-long sacred baptism for all humanity. Thousands of pilgrims would gather within the mountain valley surrounded by lingering clouds of specially crafted aromatic incense while streams of shifting light and shadow danced across the open sky. He clung obsessively to the conviction that the final closing phrase of his composition would trigger the collapse of the material world. Undone by the sheer perfection of transcendent harmony, humanity would cast aside their heavy mortal physical forms, transforming into pure spiritual entities, achieving a grand universal reconciliation across the cosmos. Driven by this all-consuming vision, he recklessly overtaxed his physical strength and drained his financial resources, gradually embracing a messianic self-image akin to a spiritual savior. His daily manner grew increasingly eccentric. He insisted upon wearing soft silk gloves at all times to avoid touching the impurities of mortal worldly grime, and his gaze held a hollow, distant quality, as if peering straight through physical walls into unseen spiritual realms. The mounting pressure of global turmoil further shadowed his path as the outbreak of World War I rendered his grand cosmic vision seem wildly out of touch with harsh reality and absurd to contemporary observers. Yet in Scriabin's eyes the brutal war unfolding across Europe was merely a prelude to Mysterium, the necessary groan of the old world trembling before its inevitable collapse. He shut himself away inside his study, endlessly expanding the unfinished score of his unstageable magnum opus, every page heavy with symbolic meaning like the solid foundation stones of an ancient pyramid. Opinions among Scriabin's close friends and contemporaries remain deeply divided regarding his growing spiritual eccentricity and apparent descent into madness. Some revered him as a genuine artistic prophet, a visionary who defended the truth of higher dimensional spiritual perception with his entire life amid an era consumed by shallow materialism. Others dismissed him as a man crippled by overwhelming narcissism, his rational mind thoroughly unraveled and confused by esoteric mystical writings and obscure philosophical theories. Regardless of perspective, his relationships with those around him inevitably grew fragile and strained. Both of his wives became lost, wandering souls trapped within the intricate labyrinth of his vast inner spiritual world. He craved genuine understanding yet feared being wounded and misunderstood by the ordinary judgmental gaze of common people. This profound inner loneliness reached its unbearable peak during the creation of his fifth piano sonata. The entire piece bore only one haunting inscription: I call you forth, journey toward the hidden far shore. When he performed this radical composition, his movements no longer resembled those of an ordinary pianist but a priest conducting an ancient solemn ritual of summoning spirits. The intense spiritual tension radiating from his stage presence even left audiences seated in the rear rows overcome with unexplained breathlessness and quiet suffocation. It was beneath this crushing psychological pressure that his physical health began to show clear signs of decline. That small trivial shaving wound merely served as the convenient entry point. Fate chose to end his earthly journey on that quiet final night. He gazed out once more at the star-filled Moscow sky lingering outside his window, his mind still quietly rehearsing every detail of the grand cosmic destruction ritual he had spent years imagining. He never lived to witness the dawn over the Himalayan peaks nor the prophesied end of the mortal world he once foresaw. He only received an ultimate ending of profound unbroken stillness, drawing his earthly story to a quiet close. The gentle tale of Alexander Scriabin now drifts toward its quiet end following his untimely passing. His ambitious Mysterium survived only in fragmented rough drafts alongside hundreds of pages of detailed notes describing precise aromatic scents, light arrangements and symbolic visual effects. The man who once sought to bring about the end of the old world was gently laid to rest within Moscow's Novodevichy cemetery. Yet whenever we listen to his symphonic works deep into the quiet night, that otherworldly sense of weightless floating and vivid mystical color perception still pierce through the thick fog of time, lingering softly in the soul. Returning to the quiet question raised in the prologue, was the divine radiant splendor he witnessed truly real? Perhaps the true greatness of art never lies in its power to physically alter the shape of material reality but in its ability to open boundless possibility. It reminds us that beyond the trivial dull routines of daily life there exists a cosmic vastness so profound and mesmerizing it is worthy of sincere devotion and even passionate obsession. When stars glide silently past your window tonight, imagine their faint glow as the unprojected streams of colored light Scriabin once envisioned drifting gently down to soothe and calm this weary mortal world. Tonight drift into peaceful dreams immersed within the gorgeous haunting chords of his timeless compositions. Good night and sweet dreams. Long after the waters of the Nile have flowed through countless centuries beyond the well-known Cleopatra who captivated the Roman world lies another far more shadowy figure of the same royal line, Cleopatra III. She stood as the very embodiment of ruthless royal power, yet also fell victim to the age-old cursed tradition of royal intermarriage within the dynasty. Tonight settle into slow quiet calm as we lift the veil of history to uncover a forgotten past woven with cold betrayal and unyielding cruelty. Listen closely to the hidden secrets of royal ambition, inherited genetic ruin, and the slow collapse of an ancient kingdom. Some tales are destined to carry a cold, somber chill, much like the tangled family legacy of Cleopatra III. This is far more than a simple struggle for royal political dominance. It is a cruel, unflinching experiment shaped by flawed bloodlines, fate, and inherited destiny. How did she survive relentless betrayal from her own kin and in turn plant the seeds of ruin that would destroy her own descendants? Close your eyes, settle into the gentle warmth of quiet firelight, and step into the shadow shrouded life of this little remembered queen mother whose days were wrapped in gloom, intrigue, and unrelenting power plays. The name Cleopatra III carries an unsettling, chilling authority etched deep into the annals of the Ptolemaic dynasty. Her lifetime stretched between overwhelming personal agony and icy calculated cruelty, turning the fight for royal supremacy into a merciless hunt played out entirely within the bounds of her own bloodline. Through the modern lens of biological archaeology, we uncover the hidden truth lurking behind the dynasty's twisted tradition of repeated intermarriage. Allow your mind and body to sink into complete relaxation and feel the unpredictable turns of fate unfold within this quiet, soothing narrative. Imagine the gilded, opulent halls of the Ptolemaic royal palace, where the deadliest enemies often sit directly across the dinner table, sharing the same wine and breaking bread as kin. Love and hatred were compressed tightly within the narrow boundaries of royal blood, every grand royal wedding quietly foreshadowing another inevitable funeral. Cleopatra III is not the famous Cleopatra remembered across the globe. Her story is far more somber, oppressive, and haunting. She was both a relentless seeker of absolute power and one of the most striking victims and enforcers of her dynasty's cursed bloodline. Tonight, let the soft, steady glow of flickering firelight cradle your spirit and wander slowly into the untold truth of her life. We come to understand how this powerful queen mother navigated the tangled web of corrupted family bonds, only to lead her entire dynasty toward an irreversible downward spiral of collapse and ruin. Her life began not with the innocent bloom of youth but with a repulsive transaction rooted purely in ruthless political gain. Cleopatra III was born as the daughter of Cleopatra II, yet within the twisted customs of her time she quickly became her own mother's bitter rival. Her uncle, known to history as Ptolemy the physicist, first married her mother before forcing the young Cleopatra III into his union. As well, actions that seem incomprehensible and morally abhorrent by modern standards were accepted as normal practice within the Ptolemy royal house, all done to preserve what they believed to be an untainted pure royal bloodline. One can only imagine the inner turmoil of this young girl, forced to watch her own mother exiled, cast aside, and powerless before being pushed herself into the bloody, treacherous embrace of her ruthless uncle. In that pivotal moment, a part of Cleopatra III's innocence, humanity, and softness died forever, replaced by an unhealthy, obsessive hunger for unshakable power. She learned the bitter lesson that within her cursed family blood ties offered no safe harbor, no shelter, no loyalty. They were merely the sharpest, unforgiving noose waiting to tighten around one's throat. She mastered patience, learned to weave subtle traps behind closed doors, and waited silently for her moment to strike back and claim what she believed she was owed. Following the death of Ptolemy the physicist, Cleopatra III finally stepped out from the shadows of seclusion to claim center stage, revealing a formidable, chilling matriarchal authority. According to the late rulers, she held the right to choose any of her sons to rule alongside her, yet in truth each son was nothing more than a disposable political pawn for her endless power games. She held deep dislike for her eldest son Ptolemy IX, deeming him too independent, stubborn, and unwilling to become the obedient puppet she desired to crush and undermine her own firstborn. She publicly crafted a despicable lie, claiming he had plotted to assassinate her. This open, cruel betrayal by a mother against her own son stripped away the last thin veil of royal dignity, igniting decades of bitter civil war across the realm. Seated firmly upon her golden throne, Cleopatra III watched coldly, detached, as her own sons turned against one another, locked in brutal conflict as if they were nothing more than disposable pieces on a game board. Her mind had grown deeply twisted, corrupted by years of humiliation, betrayal, and power struggles. She reveled in holding power over the very lives of her kin, as if this control alone could mend the deep wounds left by her own youthful humiliation. Under her iron rule, the Ptolemaic dynasty ceased to function as a united sovereign kingdom, transforming instead into a bloody family enterprise ruled entirely by a ruthless mother consumed by control and vengeance. When viewed through the modern perspective of biological archaeology, the life of Cleopatra III reveals a deeper hidden tragedy shaped by what can only be called a genetic curse obsessed with preserving the supreme nobility of their royal lineage. The Ptolemy family practiced relentless close-kin marriage for generations, including unions between full siblings and even father and daughter. Extreme overlapping inherited genes created striking physical traits across the dynasty such as prominent curved noses and recurring obesity, while also planting deep seeds of mental instability, madness and psychological imbalance. Cleopatra III herself was a direct product of this long cycle of inbreeding, her family lineage stretching like a straight unbroken line with no outside blood to dilute its flaws. Biological research confirms such constrained genetic backgrounds greatly heighten the risk of severe psychological conditions, including extreme paranoia, obsessive fixation and a complete lack of empathy and compassion. This explains the icy, heartless cruelty she displayed toward her own children. Her capacity for maternal affection long erased and consumed by the chaos embedded deep within her inherited DNA. Her twisted hunger for dominance was shaped not only by harsh life circumstances but also by silent, flawed genetic coding running through her veins. Slowly, inevitably, the entire dynasty began to rot away, not just politically or morally but at the most fundamental, microscopic level of human inheritance. The pursuit of power always ends in desolation, and Cleopatra III's final fate echoed the very cycle of betrayal she had spent her entire life orchestrating. Her youngest favored son Ptolemy X, after enduring years of suffocating domination and forced shared rule, finally saw through his mother's relentless controlling grip. Once the obedient child she had favored, he yielded to the temptation of power and the raw instinct for survival, choosing the most final, irreversible act of defiance. In 101 before the Common Era, Ptolemy X ordered the secret execution of his own mother, accusing her of plotting to seize absolute authority. This queen mother, who had spent decades manipulating, betraying and sacrificing her own children for power, ultimately fell beneath the very blade she had raised and nurtured throughout her life. As Cleopatra III faced her assassins within her private palace chambers, one cannot help but wonder if her mind drifted back to the despair of her youth when her uncle first claimed her against her will, or to the cold satisfaction she felt casting her eldest son into ruin. In that final breath, every scheme, every betrayal, every calculated manipulation dissolved into empty nothingness. Her death brought no peace or healing to the crumbling dynasty, instead accelerating the collapse of an empire already worn thin by endless internal strife. The waters of the Nile continued their eternal flow, yet the last warmth of the Ptolemy royal blood faded away, spent entirely by generations of bitter self-destruction. Tonight this tale draws to a quiet close, much like a dying fire fading softly into calm stillness. Cleopatra III, a queen mother often overlooked and forgotten within standard history books, leaves behind a haunting shadow cast over the nature of unbridled ambition. She reveals the sober truth that when a person places power above all else, willing to trample familial love, loyalty and blood ties, the end result is almost always overwhelming loneliness, emptiness and total ruin. This cursed bloodline, after just a few more generations, vanished completely beneath the advancing footsteps of Roman conquerors. The flawed, unearthed skeletal remains, bearing clear signs of inherited genetic defects, still whisper silently of that chaotic mad era. Life remains fragile, human desire unbearably heavy. When all worldly ambition fades away with the wind, nothing lingers but a quiet sigh carried down the endless river of history. Now, release every tension from your body, let your thoughts drift away. From the shadowy gilded palaces along the banks of the Nile, darkness carries a gentle quiet warmth, veiling all worldly power, struggle and intrigue, leaving only peaceful quiet companionship. Drift into rest, allow your dreams to be free of calculation, betrayal and cold scheming, filled only with pure unbroken tranquility. Good night.